never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Republicans are praising the Supreme Court's ruling against affirmative action programs in college admissions. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said students will now be able to compete based on equal standards and individual merit. Democrats have criticized the ruling and say they want change now. Congressman Joaquin Castro says it's time to end legacy admissions to college.
For the Supreme Court to do away with affirmative action and at the same time allow these backdoor discriminatory policies to continue is shameful.
The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting at Parkland, Florida. Peterson said the verdict is good news for school officers.
Maybe they can breathe easier knowing, God forbid, if they ever went through something like this.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre. He was accused of failing to take action to confront the gunman as shots rang out. Charges will not be filed in the deadly stampede at the Astroworld Music Festival. Thursday, a Houston grand jury decided against filing a criminal case for the 2021 tragedy that left 10 people dead. California Governor Gavin Newsom is doubling the number of state police officers in San Francisco as that city continues to try to put a stop to fentanyl dealing.
The move comes after Newsom deployed the California Highway Patrol to help the SFPD in an extra enforcement operation last month. Newsom is sending additional CHP officers and California National Guard members. I'm Dina Kodiak.
New York Congressman George Santos is due back in a courtroom on Long Island Friday. The Republican is set to appear in federal court after pleading not guilty to 13 charges, including wire fraud, money laundering, and making false statements to the House of Representatives. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Emotions are raw in Parkland, Florida, after former Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Resource Officer Scott Peterson was found not guilty on all charges. Parent Tony Montalto says he doesn't understand what's needed to find someone guilty in Broward County, Florida.
For our families, we still feel he should be haunted every day by his failure to act. I know that he contributed, to the deaths.
After seeing the killer avoid the death penalty and the deputy who did not confront the killer be found not guilty, his faith in the U.S. justice system is shaken. The risk of your food getting you sick is back up to pre-pandemic levels.
The CDC says new data shows risk of contracting E. coli, salmonella, or other foodborne germs went up in 2022. The agency's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report said to reduce contamination, we need collaboration among food growers, processors, retail stores, restaurants, and regulators. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is in Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. He's the first Republican 2024 presidential candidate to meet with him. Pence has been vocal about his support for Ukraine, and the trip sends a firm message that he believes the U.S. should play a leading role in that country's fight against Russia. It also puts Pence in a unique position within his party, with 2024 frontrunner former President Trump having repeatedly praised Russian President Putin. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Lights, cameras, action. And here we go. Let's get it started here as we roll into a Friday. Time zone to time zone across the country. As we get set to roll into Independence Day weekend. All right, if I had to wager a guess, I'd say highways are probably pretty darn busy tonight. Maybe even busier by later in the day. A lot of people get an early start, of course. But going to make it a super long weekend with Independence Day showing up on a Tuesday this year. But we kick it off here as we roll into a Friday, which indeed will be the final day of June for 2023. Yes, June 30. So I hope you've had a good week, and I know you're anxiously anticipating getting out there. Where are you headed? Millions will be headed to the beaches. Folks in the Northeast going to be heading south trying to escape the hazy, smoggy, smoky conditions as the air quality alerts indeed will continue right on into the weekend. We've actually had some shower activity push through. You would think with the line of storms that pushed through from Iowa, Illinois, Indiana this past day and on through the portions of the Ohio Valley, I was thinking that was going to probably clear out a lot of the smoke, but apparently not. Hey, they've been telling us for several days concerns about potential long-lived straight-line wind events, a.k.a. a derecho. And indeed, this past day, we have a system that did live up to that criterion. A line of destructive thunderstorms wreaking havoc across the central states. Hurricane-force winds in some cases. Here's what we know. According to AccuWeather, multiple tractor-trailers blown over on Interstate 57 near Tuscola, Illinois, about 140 miles south of Chicago. State police were on the scene. That's this line of storms racing across Illinois, moving at 70 miles per hour. I mean, the line of storms moving faster than some of the vehicles on the highway. Winds gusting to 70 miles per hour at Indianapolis International Airport as the storms moved through central Indiana, followed by a frenzy of reports across that city of downed trees and power lines. Yes, at this hour, hundreds of thousands without power. I checked a few minutes ago, was still in excess of 215,000 out of power in the state of Indiana. By about 6:30 this past evening, Thursday evening, the storm started to weaken as it was approaching the Cincinnati area. Now, I slept right through it, but as I stepped out this past evening, as I was seeing all the tree branches down and all the leaves down, I said, we must have had some pretty good winds this past evening. Indeed. Now, nearly 200,000 outages across central Illinois as well. This cluster of thunderstorms initially fired up during the overnight hours Wednesday night over northeastern Colorado. And this system literally sweeping across southern Nebraska through the overnight hours. Storms began to strengthen over southern Iowa and northern Missouri Thursday morning and formed that very long straight line pushing eastward through the day, eventually plowing across Illinois into Indiana by Thursday afternoon. Forecasters have officially declared this cluster a derecho. That's a line of strong thunderstorms producing frequent wind gusts of at least 58 miles per hour over a span of at least 400 miles. During particularly dangerous derechos, you could see wind gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour. Now, as of like 2:30 Central Time, Thursday afternoon, the highest wind gust from this line was 90 miles per hour in Adrian, Illinois, about 130 miles northwest of St. Louis. Winds of 90 miles per hour, pretty common near the center of a Category 1 hurricane. So that's what folks dealt with through the afternoon hours. Now, that line effectively, yes, pretty much died down, faded away as it was approaching our area. Yeah, we did see some spotty showers and still seeing a few spotty showers in southeast Indiana, north central and northeastern Kentucky. Most of it is lighter rain, nothing as far as severe concerns there. A separate cluster of thunderstorms has now developed again, pushed out of eastern Colorado, now moving through western Nebraska, still southeastern portions of Wyoming. The strongest storms, north central Nebraska into south central South Dakota. On the Nebraska side, indeed at this hour, prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings there. So use caution, slow it down, pack your patience as you head out for the long travel weekend, as more than 50 million Americans, according to AAA, are expected to venture at least 50 miles from home over the long weekend. So it's going to be a record number of travelers. Some travelers got a bitter taste of the impact of your typical summer weather on the stretched aviation network. Thursday, another 5,000 flights around the country, either delayed or canceled. And, of course, some of the major airports, New York, even Chicago. Aviation chaos is just one of the buzzkills for travelers that are going to be heading out this weekend. This Thursday was supposed to be the busiest air travel day, but today, Friday, will again be a very, very busy day. The 5-day stretch that culminates on Tuesday's Independence Day. Kind of a highlight of the U.S. summer calendar. A lot of folks barbecuing, lounging around by the pool. Of course, millions will head out to see their professional fireworks displays around the country. But the travel forecast, of course, record travel this weekend. Yeah, some folks are going to be battling the elements out there. We'll break that down a bit more coming up here. Hello, out of the box to the right, Wingnut. Good morning from New Mexico. Still waiting for that magical call. So is Heatwave. Hello to Jacob. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the overnight crew. Robert Duck, home for a few more hours, then 2 drops and back to Detroit and Flint, Michigan. The smoke, at least for the moment, seems to have blown away. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve, the best informed audience. Still partly smoky and 71 in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. I'd like to take a moment to thank all the hardworking drivers, farmers, all the brave men and women involved with law enforcement, first responders, of course, our brave military, past, present, and future. Everybody have a great Independence Day weekend, and please stay safe out there. All right, good afternoon. Larry checking in here. Everybody hammer down and be safe. We've got 67 degrees in Fishkill, New York. When I get done, getting ready for the barbecue competition. Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, coming up on Saturday. All right, good luck. Like last competition, he fared fairly well. Hope you have a good weekend once again. Hello to Pappy, 70 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, TGIF, right? It's the weekend, all you nocturnal listeners, so let's get it started and let it roll with the Overnight Drive Radio. Mr. Summers broadcasting live from the secret bunker somewhere in southwestern Hamilton County. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it looks like 70 degrees, a lot of clouds out there tonight. Captain Ron checking in, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Well, this time around, it may actually be, because we won't be here Monday or Tuesday morning. So, yes, indeed, you got the long 4-day weekend coming on for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Peter checking in from the land down under. Good day. Good day to Steve and the Overnight guys. How's things been going? Finally got my new truck. I'm back in a double after 18 months. All right. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy 71, Lexington, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 76 degrees, Marshalltown, Iowa. Just got the trailer washed out. I'm heading to load some hogs and point my powerful chrome-plated cow truck northbound for more live action and just being legendary. Everybody truck hard, have an epic night, and a special retirement shout-out to Chris Gabrelchik from America's Bull Haulers tonight. All right, looks like Lone Ranger on board. We haven't heard from Ranger in quite some time, right? So we'll get an update. What's going on as we get to the calls coming up on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll say hello to more of our listening friends coming up here as everybody gathers around the radio as we get things rolling into a Friday. Well, hello to the Lone Ranger. What's been happening?
Good morning. Well, for a week I thought I was living in Seattle, all this rain, and now I think I'm living in Beijing. When I walked out this morning, I couldn't even see the mountain with the smoke. Smoke is back. Just saw on TV where they acquitted that deputy who hid behind the pole at the Parkland school.
Yes.
While 17 people lost their lives. He got acquitted. Can you believe that? We saw him on TV hiding behind the pole, and it took police officers from another town to come in and neutralize the threat. That's incredible.
Yeah.
He must have had one heck of a lawyer, I guess. I don't know how in the world they got him off. So anyway, the big story, of course, is the end of affirmative action. Now, there's still a couple little loopholes. It was Harvard, I guess, University of North Carolina that actually got sued by the Asian students who were pushed to the back burner, and less qualified students were picked first. And the percentages for these two colleges, if you were Asian, you had a 13% chance of being admitted. If you were white, you had a 15% chance of being admitted. And if you were black, you had a 56% chance of being admitted. So now, of course, when affirmative action was first introduced, it was equally qualified minorities got a boost because of past injustices, which kind of makes sense. But then that morphed into skin color being a qualification. In fact, some of the colleges actually eliminated the SATs and entrance exams because the students that they preferred couldn't pass them. So they, rather than bring in students who could pass them, they just eliminated the test. So what it comes down to, it was the dumbing down of America. And if you watch the interviews, the man on the street interviews with college students, you see what I mean. They know nothing. The value of a college degree has really gone down. It's just, these people graduate and they live at home till they're 45 years old because they can't get a job. They don't know anything. But anyway, it's a big day in America. And I think China's been laughing at us for quite a while because, of course, they advance the best and the brightest, not the gayest and the darkest like we do. And, of course, Biden was opposed to this because he has to pander because of his racist past. You might recall his own vice president called him a racist during the campaign because of his opposition to busing. And of course, he was best buddies with former KKK recruiter Robert Byrd of West Virginia, who actually filibustered, one of the longest filibusters in history, against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. He was opposed to that, and Biden was on his side. So he's trying to make up for his past, I guess. He's all his pandering. So he's opposed to this affirmative action elimination. And of course, the first affirmative action Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Judge Jackson, was opposed to it. She made a big speech about it, so she showed her true colors. And of course, Biden reinstated his racism when he announced on national TV that the only people that would be considered for that position on the Supreme Court would be black females, which is about as racist you can get because there could have been possibly better qualified applicants who were not black, but wouldn't be considered because, again, he had to pander for votes, and that's what he did. So hopefully it's a new day. I'm so tired of watching the news and seeing all this woke BS and all this far left crap and these naked dudes walking down the street with their Johnsons swinging in the breeze in front of little kids. I mean,
right.
I don't know where our standards have gone, but our standards are just down the drain. It's just do whatever you want. And if anybody's opposed to your behavior, then it's that person that has the problem, not you. And the other story I wanted to touch on was this Daniel Penny, who put a subway. The guy was threatening people, saying he wanted to kill him and he was going to die and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Daniel Penny, former Marine, took this guy down, put him in a chokehold. Unfortunately, the guy died. But now, what's ironic about this, the same day he was indicted, there was another guy named Jordan Williams who was also in a subway, and he was with his girlfriend, and the girlfriend got punched in the face, and I guess the guy did something to Jordan too. But anyway, Jordan stabbed the guy, and the guy died. So the same day that Daniel Penny got indicted, Jordan Williams was acquitted, and the girlfriend got slugged. So now, here's why Jordan Williams got acquitted. It says, under New York law, a person is justified in using deadly physical force when they reasonably believe it is necessary to use such force to defend themselves or others from imminent use of deadly or unlawful physical force.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was Daniel Penny's lawyer, that's the first thing I would present. Because if it applies to one, it should apply to the other. Because the guy was saying he wanted to kill people. So that is a deadly threat. So we'll see where it goes. Now, it turns out Jordan Williams is black and Daniel Penny is white. That shouldn't make a difference, but we'll see whether or not it does. Now, Jordan Williams actually is a pretty outstanding guy. They had him on the news, and he had a lot of remorse. He felt really bad that the guy he stabbed died. And he was actually a gentleman. He wasn't a thug or anything. He was just on the subway with his girlfriend, just traveling. And he was accosted by this maniac. And
tried to defend himself and his girlfriend.
Yeah, he was, but he was a decent guy. You know, it just, he was well-spoken, you know, felt really bad, apologized to the family of the thug that got, he said when he stabbed him, he never dreamed the guy would die. He was just trying to get him away from him and his girlfriend so they could get off the subway.
Sure.
But anyway.
Yeah, well, if you can hold that thought there. I'm not sure how much more you got, but we got to get our news break here as we hit bottom of the hour on a Friday morning. USA News Update. Democrats want change in the wake of Thursday's Supreme Court ruling against affirmative action in college admissions. Texas Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro says if colleges cannot use race, then they should also be blind when it comes to legacy.
I do think it's time that we take up the issue of ending legacy-based admissions in higher education in the United States of America.
The Congressional Hispanic Caucus wants to outlaw the practice of giving preference to students whose parents attended a university. Indianapolis Colts cornerback Isaiah Rodgers and two other players are indefinitely suspended for gambling violations. The NFL found Rodgers, defensive end Rashad Berry, and free agent defensive lineman Demetrius Taylor all were found to have bet on NFL games in the 2022 season. They can petition the league to be reinstated after the 2023 season ends. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, thank you much. Welcome back as we kick off a Friday. Yeah, back to Rangers Point, talking about the Supreme Court decision, the affirmative action this past day. Then they were talking about the legacy admission. I would tend to agree with that. Why does where my father or mother went to college, why would that make me more qualified to gain admission? Just because Dad was a smart dude, passed all the tests, got into a prestigious college. I could be dumber than a box of rocks. So why should I get preferential treatment? I kind of agree with that. All right, welcome back, Ranger.
Well, the other thing too, Steve, how insulting is it to the black applicants that want to go into college if there's people on the news on the left saying that they need affirmative action? In other words, they're saying that they're too stupid to make it on their own and we have to give them this boost. Now, in some cases, like where they eliminated the SATs, that could be true, but I would be a bit insulted if the only way I got into college was by skin color, which is illegal as you can get. But what I found interesting, there's a bunch of states, and I didn't even know this, that had already banned affirmative action. And I'll see if I can look at this list here real quick. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's the list. California banned it in 1996. Texas banned it in 1996, but reversed in 2003. Washington, 1998, reversed in 2022. Florida, 1999. Michigan, 2006. Nebraska, 2008. Arizona, 2010. New Hampshire, 2011. Oklahoma, 2012. And Idaho, 2020. So that's the states that had already banned affirmative action. I never knew that. So maybe that's why I think Harvard is up in New England somewhere. And of course, University of North Carolina is in North Carolina. So maybe that's why the lawsuits were directed at those two colleges. But I was kind of shocked about that. It makes sense to me, but I was kind of surprised. But after all this left-wing crap and all this woke BS, it's just refreshing news to see that we might be starting to head in the right direction where it makes sense. Because all this left-wing crap, we are the laughing stock of the world. China is moving at warp speed to become number one. And they're not doing it by getting the darkest and the gayest. They're doing it by getting the best and the brightest. When they come to meetings, that's who they have with them, the best and the brightest. They don't fill up the meeting room like Noah filled up his ark, making sure you have two of everything. If the college admissions are based on merit, then we're going to have smarter students. It's just that simple. If you get high scores, that's what the lawsuit was all about, because these Asian students that sued had the highest scores and had the lowest chance of getting in, which is backwards. Makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great day in America, and good to talk to you, and that's about all I have.
All right. So hope things are going well there in Arizona. You enjoying the heat?
Well, I'm not in Arizona. I don't go there except for the winter. But it's 105 there.
Lone Ranger, good to hear from you. Okay. 105. That's 105. Yep. Well, for people traveling this weekend by plane, yes, the biggest worry is going to be more of the airport turmoil that we've seen in recent days. We've already seen a round of horror stories from flight cancellations, lost luggage, thousands of people having to sleep in the airport. It's become a rather recurring theme in recent years. United Airlines, the carrier most at the center of this week's Big Apple travel nightmare, tries to blame the understaffing at the Federal Aviation Administration. But pilots and flight attendant unions pointed at United management, while the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, says that United has some internal issues they need to work through. Now, United did report this past day they continued to see, quote, meaningful improvement after an overnight effort to further repair the schedules and get those separated crews back with the proper aircraft. As the recovery progresses, delays and cancellations will continue to decline as we head into what we expect to be a very busy holiday weekend here, no doubt. We are watching the weather in Denver and Chicago. Aviation experts say the industry has really been struggling to ramp up their capacity to meet the post-pandemic need. Personnel shortfalls, dodging the system, fewer planes than expected, and some of that is due in part to delayed deliveries from both Boeing and Airbus due to supply chain issues. So airlines have less of a buffer these days. But meanwhile, as we head into the weekend, we do expect, they say, similar weather that we've been seeing in recent days. That's why we recommend people check in with their airline before leaving for the airport. And that's been the resounding theme for the last several days. Check in with your airline before heading to the airport, because it may have already been canceled or it may already have several hours of delay. You just don't know. Meanwhile, under the industry headlines, let's jump over to Travel Centers of America offering current and former military members a free meal for Independence Day. As a way to honor the contributions of the U.S. military, Travel Centers of America says all active military members and veterans are invited to enjoy a free meal at full-service and quick-service restaurants on July 4 with proof of service. Our hope in observing a well-rounded Independence Day this year is to honor active and retired military members by passing on great savings for a memorable holiday meal. So the free meal is valid in restaurants at TA, Petro, and TA Express stores. Now, the free meal is valid up to $18 at the full-service restaurants, $15 at the quick-service restaurants. Now, proof of service can include a U.S. Uniform Service retired ID card, current leave and earnings statements, veteran organization card, like the American Legion or VFW, a photograph of yourself in uniform, wearing uniform, or, of course, a DD-214, and a citation of commendation, all things that'll get you a free meal there on Independence Day. Not everybody will have the opportunity to be home celebrating Independence Day. Freight still has to move. Sad but true, right? Well, hello, 5-7.
Ain't no way I'm going to pull out my 135-pound U.S. Navy picture and me standing there at 265. That just ain't going to work, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
There's so much to talk about sitting there and reporting on some new Newsmax. Sometimes the chyrons say more than the news are talking about. One little blurb come out that Bill Clinton signed or passed a note to Harvard to get Joe Biden's son Hunter in. So there you go. There's that. So if the Democrats want to stop the legacies thing, I guess that'll stop that too. There's also a little thing in Michigan. Chiron said that in Michigan, I guess they're debating a bill that if you cause fear, you could go to jail for 5 years. What is that? I mean, does that mean you walk into a grocery store or you walk in, a convenience store, they know you, but a person standing there, he got a gun, cause fear? What? Turn that around, at least if Antifa or BLM show up, they can start putting them in jail for 5 years. So they're just a lot of things that's coming down the pike. I can't help but say this, and I know Rangers don't agree, and that's fine. Everybody has their opinion. I've got law enforcement officers in my family, one active, he's sheriff, and I want him to come home. And that officer was by himself. You can't expect, you don't know what's in there. You don't want to pull your weapon, run in with a bunch of kids running out. And for all you know, you don't have nobody to back you up. That I understand, unlike Uvalde, the police were all standing around, and even the officers were saying, why aren't we going in? Here they were being told to stand down. Until I guess state police come in, and they had backup. And when they went into that school and put down the threat. But I guess he sat there in front of a jury of his peers and the people in the community, and I think it was a kind result to a tragedy, and to me it doesn't make sense. He couldn't have stopped. The killing started long before he even grabbed his weapon. He can't. There's nothing they could do to him to bring back the children's lives. I respect law enforcement said, they would have gone in and they would have rushed by themselves. You rush by the shooter because they're a teenager. You rush by him and he's behind you. You have nobody to cover your back. So I respect their opinion on that. But that's just like somebody that's never drove a truck before tried to tell me how to drive off a mountain.
Well,
how to drive off.
Everybody can play. What do you call it? Armchair quarterback. Hindsight is 20/20. I would have, or he should have, or it should have been. We weren't there, and like you said, I guess whatever the evidence produced, what was stated about the training and what you're supposed to do and not do. I'm sure that all came out in the hearing.
And the campuses, these wide open campuses. It's really we're learning things here. They tore down the fence here in Allendale County. They had a fence, and this was before all this stuff was going on. And a citizen in the school board said that looks too much like a prison. We need to tear them down. Well, with all this going on in the shootings, it's not as prevalent. But they put the fence back up, which only makes sense. Now the school officer knows, if there's somebody inside this fence, he's automatically a threat. So, but it's a closed campus, inside the school. But that was an open campus. Lord, I don't know how you defend on that situation. But it is what it is. And like I said, what really pops out is that Michigan thing. I guess they're just talking about it. If you cause fear, I mean, they can put you away for 5 years. So, they're trying. I mean, how in the world they going to take your freedom away that you won't be able to express yourself in any way, shape, or form? And if you fear somebody, you turn them into the government drags them off to jail. How do you defend about somebody being afraid of you? You just might be a big old ugly looking fella, and boom, you walk in, you ask a woman, you want help with your tire changed, and then she's in fear, and as you walk, she says no, you walk back to the truck, she calls the law on you, because you caused fear. So that's a head scratcher, and I gotta believe they ain't gonna pass it. It's a bill they're working on, so here we go. What is it? Was it Washington that said that those that will give up freedom for security deserve neither security or freedom.
We'll have neither.
So other than that, is Chris going to call in tonight?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you, Chris, so much. And it would be a blessing to hear from you if you're listening.
Yeah, I haven't spoke to him in a few weeks, but yeah, thank you much. 5-7. All right, got an email from Road Hazard is his handle. Steve, my handle is Road Hazard. I've called into the show a few times over the years back when you were at the other gig. I listen most nights, but haven't called in since you've been on Overnight Drive with Hot Shot Secret. I'm going to try to maybe call in, try to speak with you on tonight's show in relation to Yellow. I'm an 18-year USF Holland driver. Yeah, I refuse to associate myself with the Yellow and choose to continue to label myself as a USF Holland employee. But attached is a document I created and sent to the top tier of brass with the Teamsters. It's a somewhat long document, but it provides a lot of information. I hope you'll find it beneficial to you. Thanks for all you do and for your time reading this document. It's not that lengthy, but we'll tell you what he had to say. This is addressed to Sean O'Brien, Fred Zuckerman, John Murphy, and Bill Wiedebrand. But we return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so road hazard to the top brass at the Teamsters. He said, I want to start by saying thank you very much for your leadership, support, and representation of the Teamsters membership in general, and more specifically, the Teamsters employed at Yellow. It's great to finally have actual true leadership, support, and representation for the Teamsters after decades of spineless, weak, failed senior administration. Thank you for your time spent reading this document in reference to the current situation regarding Yellow. I think you'll find it worth your time and effort. It's my intent with this document to assist you by allowing you to step into the mind of an 18-year veteran USF Holland line haul driver. The following document is from my heart and is my opinion only and my personal perception of the history, current status, and future of Yellow Freight through my eyes. It's my intent for you to utilize this document as a resource or reference to help you force Yellow to reform itself and turn around in order to be successful, productive, forward-moving corporation, or cease to exist. It's my intent to be constructive and make lives better for all Teamsters affected by Yellow and the current associated failures of Yellow. I believe Yellow's past the point of no return. I believe Yellow has manipulated, taken advantage of, abused, harmed, ruined, and been on a decades-long path of destruction. At this point, I personally consider it to be karma that Yellow is rapidly collapsing. At this point, it's my desire to see the current failing path that Yellow is on stopped, whatever that entails. I hired on with Holland July of 2005, shortly after Yellow acquired Holland and the other USF counterparts. I loved USF Holland when the company was managed and operated by the Holland way of doing things. Holland was an industry leader for decades. The employees, in large part, loved working at the company and were proud of their jobs. The management, leadership of Holland were largely respected. There was an element of pride in being part of Holland. After acquiring Holland, Yellow has gradually made changes and eroded all of the success from the company, including any and all respect and pride. Morale could not be worse. Early on, from the very moment of acquisition, I often heard comments that Yellow would ultimately destroy Holland. Unfortunately, that has come to fruition, along with the death and destruction of Roadway and all the sister companies of USF, and also other companies along the way. Now, I believe the Teamsters Union executive leadership is currently in a unique, very advantageous position in relation to Yellow. It's my belief and desire that the Teamsters should take advantage of the moment and require Yellow to once and for all step up or shut up. If Yellow cannot step up to the plate and be a responsible employer once and for all, shut them down. Stop the insanity. Put Yellow out of business. Here's why. Yellow's been in business for nearly 100 years and has been on a decades-long path of devastation, destruction, failure, and ruin. All to the end result of absolutely no benefit and no gain to anything relative to the situation, not even Yellow itself. The only gain Yellow's been successful at or accomplished is to have racked up billions of dollars in debt and absolutely destroyed everything it's ever been associated with. There you go. Signed, that's Road Hazard. Again, the sentiments of an 18-year veteran USF Holland driver. You know, and many of our listening friends over the years, Goodwrench was a part of that. He was a part of USF Holland. Good old Maverick. Yeah, Maverick and John the Monkey, a fellow USF Holland driver for many, many years. All right, so thank you for sharing, Road Hazard, and feel free to chime in if you'd like. Our number is 844-844-3388. Close out hour number one here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Republicans are praising the Supreme Court's ruling against affirmative action programs in college admissions. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said students will now be able to compete based on equal standards and individual merit. Democrats have criticized the ruling and say they want change now. Congressman Joaquin Castro says it's time to end legacy admissions to college.
For the Supreme Court to do away with affirmative action and at the same time allow these backdoor discriminatory policies to continue is shameful.
The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting at Parkland, Florida. Peterson said the verdict is good news for school officers.
Maybe they can breathe easier knowing, God forbid, if they ever went through something like this.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre. He was accused of failing to take action to confront the gunman as shots rang out. Charges will not be filed in the deadly stampede at the Astroworld Music Festival. Thursday, a Houston grand jury decided against filing a criminal case for the 2021 tragedy that left 10 people dead. California Governor Gavin Newsom is doubling the number of state police officers in San Francisco as that city continues to try to put a stop to fentanyl dealing.
The move comes after Newsom deployed the California Highway Patrol to help the SFPD in an extra enforcement operation last month. Newsom is sending additional CHP officers and California National Guard members. I'm Dina Kodiak.
New York Congressman George Santos is due back in a courtroom on Long Island Friday. The Republican is set to appear in federal court after pleading not guilty to 13 charges, including wire fraud, money laundering, and making false statements to the House of Representatives. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Emotions are raw in Parkland, Florida, after former Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Resource Officer Scott Peterson was found not guilty on all charges. Parent Tony Montalto says he doesn't understand what's needed to find someone guilty in Broward County, Florida.
For our families, we still feel he should be haunted every day by his failure to act. I know that he contributed, to the deaths.
After seeing the killer avoid the death penalty and the deputy who did not confront the killer be found not guilty, his faith in the U.S. justice system is shaken. The risk of your food getting you sick is back up to pre-pandemic levels.
The CDC says new data shows risk of contracting E. coli, salmonella, or other foodborne germs went up in 2022. The agency's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report said to reduce contamination, we need collaboration among food growers, processors, retail stores, restaurants, and regulators. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is in Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. He's the first Republican 2024 presidential candidate to meet with him. Pence has been vocal about his support for Ukraine, and the trip sends a firm message that he believes the U.S. should play a leading role in that country's fight against Russia. It also puts Pence in a unique position within his party, with 2024 frontrunner former President Trump having repeatedly praised Russian President Putin. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And here we are. We'll kick off round number 2, hour number 2, as we roll into a Friday, final day of June here. According to the headline, expect a hot, smoky summer in much of America. And the only break much of America can hope for anytime soon from eye-watering, dangerous smoke from the fires in Canada would be some brief bouts of soaking rain. And sweltering heat and humidity from the southern heat wave that's already proven deadly. And then the smoke will likely come back to the Midwest and the East. That's because neither the 235 out-of-control Canadian wildfires nor the stuck weather pattern that's responsible for this mess of meteorological maladies are showing any signs of changing for the next week, maybe longer, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Weather Prediction Center. First, the stuck weather pattern made abnormally hot, dry conditions for Canada to burn at off-the-chart record levels. Then it created a setup where the only relief comes when low-pressure systems roll through, which means areas on one side get smoky air from the north, the other side gets sweltering air from the south. So it's pretty much pick your poison, smoke or heat, according to the Prediction Center's forecast observations. The conditions are not going to be very favorable. As long as those fires keep burning up there, it's going to be a problem for us. And as long as there's something to burn, there's going to be smoke that we're going to have to deal with. Take St. Louis, where they've had 2 days of unhealthy air, Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday, they got some improvement of air quality, but it was very hot and very humid. Forecast is for temperatures like that to feel like 109 degrees, with actual air temperature like 101, stifling humidity. Of course, Wednesday, the low-pressure system was parked over New England because the winds go counterclockwise. Areas to the west, like Chicago and the Midwest, got the smoky winds from the north, while areas east of the low pressure got the southerly hot winds. As that low-pressure system moves on and another one travels over the Central Plains and Lake Superior, the Midwest will get some temporary relief. But when the low pressure moves on, the smoke comes rolling right back in. Now, what we have is a carousel of air cruising around the Midwest, and every once in a while, it brings the smoke directly onto whatever city you're living in. And while the fires are ongoing, you can expect to see these periodic bad days. And the only relief is either when the fire go out or when the weather pattern dies. And this weather pattern is awfully unusual. Looking back at the records all the way to 1980, to see anything even remotely similar to what we've got right now. Why is the weather pattern stuck? Well, I guess at that point, that's where you've got to get into the whole discussion about climate change. I won't even venture there. But I know Brain Dead wants to chime in about the yellow scenario there, I would presume, but I see Road Hazard is on the line here. Hello, Road Hazard.
Hello, Steve. How are you, buddy?
Doing well. Thanks for chiming in.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Thanks for all you're doing. I'd like to start off by saying hello to all my fellow union brothers and sisters, and that I'm proud to be union. And that document you read, thank you for taking the time to read that. And as you know, it's a whole lot more information in that document. And there's a whole lot of ground covered there, but there's a couple of points I'd like to focus on right in the forefront before we run out of time. I want to make the comment that in the LTL industry, that all of the competitors, all of the companies that compete against Yellow are rocking and rolling, doing good, hauling freight, making money, and probably a lot of that in large part due to the freight that Yellow has lost and that our competitors have picked up that they are carrying. But the point I want to make is if you look at the success of those companies, they're basically doing the exact same job, driving basically the same trucks on the same roads, paying the same tolls, the same fuel cost with the same blue-collar workforce, same across the board. And the issue of union or not doesn't really apply because ABF is a union company, runs out of the same locals we do, Teamsters. They're on fire making money hand over fist, and Yellow is losing money hand over fist. And through everything that Yellow has been through, they have acquired billions of dollars in lender debt. They have taken billions of dollars off the backs of the union employees through concessions and wage cuts. They got the $700 million loan from the federal government. They have drove the stock share price down over 95%. It closed today at below 69 cents a share.
Yes.
And through all of that debt and all of that destruction, they have nothing to show for it. They have sold terminals. They've not paid down on their debt. They have not moved forward or shown any growth or anything. And my question is, or my point is to everyone involved in this that works at Yellow is, where is that money? All of the billions and billions of dollars, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. Our equipment is falling apart. Our facilities are falling apart. We don't have freight to haul. They're not paying their employees. I mean, it's not like the money has came to the employees. There is nowhere, no obvious place to justify the billions and billions of dollars. So for me personally, that's at the very, very top of the list of concerns at this point is where's the money? And I think the board of directors should have removed Darren Hawkins a very long time ago, probably years ago. And I question whether or not they have engaged in some fraudulent investment or some fraudulent activity with the money that can't be justified. So I would like to see an investigation, I don't know who, by Congress or by the Teamsters or by whoever, to answer where's all the money.
I think there's a lot of people asking those same questions, and I've pretty much been saying that night after night. But as you mentioned, other carriers doing pretty much the same thing that are being profitable, doing well. You know, what is it that Yellow's been doing so wrong for so long to continue down that destructive path?
I agree. And why at this point, as you read in that document, each Teamster employee who works here, on average, has sacrificed $210,600 of wages. That doesn't include the loss, hundreds of thousands of loss in pension contributions, but just fathom that. $210,600 per union employee sacrificed to bail this company out. And at this point, if they can't make it now with all of that billions and billions of dollars of debt, and everything that they've had laid in their lap and handed to them and all the second chances and the opportunity, and they're just still failing miserably, at this point in time, there's no second chance. It's over. Look at the companies they've bought. Holland was a money-making machine. New Penn just printed money. And Roadway was leader in the industry. And throughout the years, Yellow has purchased, acquired, and destroyed dozens of companies that were industry leaders, and all of this has came down to no benefit, not even to Yellow. They've acquired all of these number one carriers and absolutely failed. And as far as I'm concerned, every day that Yellow remains in business provides opportunity for them to continue the destruction and demise, and decreases the opportunity for someone to come in and buy this company and move forward with it in a positive direction. So as far as I'm concerned, the sooner they lock the gates, the better. If I had the opportunity to lock the gates tonight, I would.
Wow.
And that's, I know there's a lot of people that have an opinion different than me, and they're entitled to their opinion, but that's my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, as an 18-year driver, I don't know how many years it's been since, did you know Barry, a.k.a. Good Wrench or Maverick?
I did not. I've heard these guys on the radio, but I don't know them personally.
Okay.
So if you have any questions, anything out of that document, you're welcome to call me back. I'll answer any question live on the air or even off the air, whatever.
Sure.
As I said, there's a lot of information in that. I think there's 22 pages in that document I sent you. So there's a lot there, a lot to ponder.
All right. Thank you. So I got a first-time caller code for you here since you're the first time dialing us up on the overnight drive, and we'll get you a $60 voucher for a Hot Shot
awesome.
Secret
Thank
products. You. How about that? Yes.
Awesome. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you so much. Any big plans for your Independence Day weekend there?
Just get in the pool, drink some beer, listen to some music, and try to unwind, de-stress a little bit.
That sounds like a plan. All right. Thank you so much for chiming in, Road Hazard. All right, first-time caller. It is 16 past the hour, and we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. As many like to say, TGIF. Indeed, it is a Friday. Hey, right on the heels of yesterday's ruling from the Supreme Court, the affirmative action case, sparking a lot of controversy. Looks like today, Friday, may also be a significant day. Rulings coming down. The Supreme Court will likely rule today on President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan, as well as LGBTQ protections ahead of the summer recess. According to the Supreme Court blog, Biden last year, of course, announced the plan, $10,000 student loan debt, $20,000 for those who received a Pell Grant, met immediately with legal challenges. The program has now faced at least 6 lawsuits from Republican-backed states and conservative groups. Roughly 14 million people would have their student debt entirely cleared by the program, which would wipe out more than a quarter of the country's $1.7 trillion in outstanding federal student debt. Now, the cases being considered are Biden versus Nebraska and Department of Education versus Brown. I would expect it then, absent some very unusual circumstances, according to the co-founder of the Supreme Court of the United States U.S. blog. Another case pending is 303 Creative LLC versus Ellenis, a case brought by a Christian graphic artist who objected to designing wedding websites for gay couples. Yeah, the latest collision of religion and gay rights to land in the high court. The designer and her supporters say that ruling against her would force artists, whether it's painters, photographers, writers, or musicians, to do work that is against their beliefs. Her opponents, meanwhile, say that if she wins, a range of businesses will be able to discriminate, refusing to serve, whether it be black, Jewish, or Muslim customers, interracial or interfaith couples, or immigrants. Now, of course, the report comes the same day the Supreme Court, of course, shut down affirmative action in college admissions, solidified protections for workers who ask for religious accommodations. In a unanimous decision, the justices made clear workers who ask for accommodations, such as taking off the Sabbath, should get them unless their employers show that doing so would result in substantial increased cost to the business. Now, of course, in the affirmative action case, that was not a unanimous decision. A divided Supreme Court declaring race cannot be a factor and forcing institutions of higher education to look for new ways to achieve diverse student bodies. So there you go. Could again be another big day with the U.S. Supreme Court. We shall see. Tanker Yanker on a Friday. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Just out here driving up and down the highways. Yeah, Chris, all the luck with his retirement and that to give a little testimony about the Hot Shot Secret product. I changed oil in my truck here a few weeks ago, and I put some of that FR3 in it, and I drove, checked the oil, fired up, checked the oil pressure, everything looked good, checked for leaks, everything underneath looked good. I drove it about 3 miles up the road, and the oil filter fell off.
Yep.
Dumped all that oil and everything, but anyway, so I ended up driving into a little parking lot and had to go get new oil and everything. Put all that in, put some more FR3 in, fired it up. There wasn't a knock, nothing. It purred like a kitten, and, so that's a good testimony for a Hot Shot Secret, I would think.
So what was the deal? Did you forget to tighten down the filter or something when you put it on? Or
No, it just, I don't know what the deal was. Like I said, I put the filter on, and it just didn't feel right. But, I tightened it as high as I could, and I don't know what the deal was because, like I said, there's no leaks in my drive or nothing when I pulled out, And the next morning, as a matter of fact, it said all night, and I didn't see nothing underneath it, or anything. Next morning when I pulled out to go to work, I got up there just a few miles up the road from my house and dropped the oil filter. Now, I bought the oil filter at Walmart. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but, the second oil filter I got at an auto parts store, so,
Interesting.
And, yeah. Like I said, I don't know why it did it. I don't know if it was just a bad, batch or what, but, because I didn't have a problem with the second one. It went on like it's supposed to. I done the same thing. I tightened it up. And I had no problem with it. So,
Well, that's good.
Yeah. And then I wanted to give a shout out to Lauren Reese, 2-time world champion bull shooter. I'll clean that up. And of course, a shout out to the Rambler.
Absolutely.
And I finally did get on there to be able to catch it church Sunday night. So.
Did you?
On the Facebook there.
Very good. Yeah.
Yep. And that was very intriguing what he had to say about hell and stuff,
I'm sure he was happy to have you join him. There you go.
Yeah, I didn't catch him live because I was busy, but I was able to, tune into it later on, So
sure.
But
yep.
Maybe next weekend I'll catch it live, So. Anyway, yeah. But now I just wanted to, wish Chris all the best with his retirement and everything too. So.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So how about your July 4
Yeah.
Independence Day weekend plans? Going to fire up the grill, hang out with the grandkids? What's on the plan?
Well, I'll probably fire up the grill, but the grandkids lives in Kansas City, and they're busy this weekend. So, I'm going to probably fire up the grill, and, of course, Monday morning, go back to work,
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, but probably have to drink a couple Skull Busters,
There you go. All right. Well, thank you for chiming in. Have a great weekend, Tanker Yanker.
You too. Yep. Later, bud.
All right. Looking at about almost news break time. See, Brain Dead had dropped off there, but he's back. So we're going to try again here. But hang on till after the news break, okay? Let me see here. What else in the mix under the industry headlines? It looks like a prominent storm chaser. I've cited this guy numerous times over the years. Reed Timmer. Yeah, goes out there chasing the tornadoes, the bad weather, and all that. Shared video of the moment he came across a tractor trailer that had just been blown over as a tornado passed by. Jumps out of his vehicle, goes over to try and help the driver who had been injured. But as they're trying to get him out of the truck, through the windshield, no less, big hail starts coming down, golf ball size hail. And you hear Reed get slapped into the side, and ultimately he and his, I guess his videographer, actually ended up stepping into the truck as the hail, golf ball size hail, came pelting down. But in the video, you see the tornado rolling through the area, spots that big rig turned over. The truck driver, obviously kind of dazed and confused, pulls the windshield free so the driver can get out, but stays on the scene as the tornado, you can see in the backdrop, begins dropping down again, big hailstones falling down. All right, news break.
USA News Update. The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting in Parkland, Florida. An emotional Peterson spoke after the verdict.
I would hope I would never want any SR, any law enforcement officer in this country to go through what I went through.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre that killed 17 people and wounded 17 others. Race can no longer be used as a factor in college admissions. It comes after the Supreme Court today ruled in favor of challenges to affirmative action programs at the University of North Carolina and Harvard. The High Court ruled that the university's admissions policies were unconstitutional. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener that's expected to be declared a possible cancer causer by the World Health Organization. Dave Collins, USA.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, at a good Friday morning, Santa Claus checks in. Santa Claus, you must be, flat out hauling across the country. Seems like just yesterday you left out there in California. He says, top of the morning, Steve, 70 degrees here in Gary, Indiana. Friday, headed into Canada as an ugly American driving our Japper Crapper. Anyways, we were going through Iowa today. Had a big truck blow a tire, and the Miata's side skirt got taken out. Well, I guess it could have been worse, right? Safe travels out there, Santa Claus. And you picked a very, very busy travel time to be zipping around the country, didn't you? All right, hello to Michael. Good evening to everyone from West Monroe, Louisiana. 86 degrees at this hour. Feels like 101. Wow. And that was about the midnight hour Eastern time when he chimed in there. Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve, from New York City. Hope you enjoy your weekend. Thank you much. Pappy, this day in history, 1971. 3 Soviet cosmonauts died when their spacecraft depressurizes during re-entry. All right, hello to Rob. What's going on in the New England area? Well, it looks like it's time to feed the good people of New England. Kind of a muggy 66 here in Lewiston, Maine. It's off to Providence, Rhode Island, then Bloomfield, Connecticut, and back to the Dirty Lou. Okay. Rubber Duck. He says, oh, by the way, prayers to the Indiana State Police for the loss of Trooper Smith Wednesday night in Indy. All right. I have to see if I find the rest on that story there. Russell, hey there. Good morning, Steve. 71 in the Dayton area. All you truck drivers, be safe out there, headed to your destinations. May God bless you all. There you go. Hello to Marianne chiming in this morning. Let's see. We're Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, part 2 this morning. I was blown around pretty good, grossing $88,000 on I-39 in Illinois. Had to drive around 3 trucks that had been blown over between Bloomington and LaSalle. Even saw an outhouse rolling across the road. Yeah, it's situations like this that it's best to have enough throttle to be able to mash on it and keep that trailer on the ground. So rolling to the derecho, undoubtedly this past day there in Illinois. Hillbilly Tex, we're here still on solar power. Everybody have a safe holiday as we tip the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big 75. It's been a while since we've heard from old Tex checking in there. Hello to Bidu. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew waiting on loads in Nitro, West Virginia. Then we'll head back to Youngstown, Ohio. Eskimo Mom, happy Friday for most. It's hump day from I-71 in Kentucky. Cincinnati and the first 10 or so miles of 71 are an obstacle course right now. Between the rain and the crashes causing slowdowns, lane shutdowns, all sorts of havoc. I'm now on dry roads away from the worst of it. Everybody have a good weekend when you get to it, and a happy Independence Day. Keep your head on a swivel and be safe. Partly cloudy, 68 degrees. All right, safe travels out there. Yeah, it's probably, like I said, probably a pretty crazy night. A lot of folks already out there on the roads, heading out for the Independence Day weekend. All right, let's get back up to Brain Dead. Hang it in there. Thanks for dialing us back. What's going on?
Well, I had to stop and give me a cup of diesel fuel. Coffee, Steve.
Right.
My little coffee spot every night. No, that guy, what was his name? Road Hazard, the one that wrote that email.
Correct.
Amen, brother, but you're preaching to the choir. They already know the situation. They already know the problems. You know, it's at the bottom of the board, the ones that are been here, I say 5 years or less, the ones that are not vested. We're the ones that's looking to leave because we have a lot to lose. I mean, there's a person here that is a normal caller or irregular caller, whichever the day it is. And I went and applied to his company about 2 weeks ago after an incident that happened here because I've been looking to leave for the last about 3-4 months. And I went and applied to his company here a couple weeks ago. I just got told yesterday that, well, the terminal manager has your application, and when we're hiring for drivers, we'll let you know. I'm like, wait a minute. Your website says you're hiring for drivers. Why do you still have the ad up? Well, we don't know what's going on, but we'll look into that.
Mm-hmm.
Why does your company website says you're hiring for drivers and I put my application in for you and you won't take me? That shows to me that 20 years ago, nothing's changed because I put an application in 20 years ago when you just had opened your center in Memphis to go work for it. You know, they sit there and scream, well, we need experience, you need experience, you need experience. Well, how do you get experience? Hey, Yellow was the one that gave me the opportunity to get in this industry, to get in the LTL segment, because nobody else would give me the time of day. I'm sorry. It's not my fault that they're union. But if I'm a head of HR and I see somebody from Yellow that comes in, I'm going to ask them, you know, why they're looking to leave. Because I'm one of the smart ones that's trying to get out while I can because I have nothing to gain out of this.
Mm-hmm.
All these guys that have been here 20, 30, 40 years, they've got retirement. I mean, I see these guys all the time on Facebook, Steve, all the time on Facebook in the groups. Well, let's just shut the doors.
22,000 Teamsters out of a job. Where are they going to go, Steve? ABF, UPS, and T-Force in Memphis are not hiring for nothing, not even a janitor. So the only other contracts is the bus company, the milk company, and Kroger. And even going to one of those three companies is going to be a huge pay cut. And that's if they take any of us, because right now on our yard is probably right at 300 or so, maybe 400 that are Teamsters. You can't absorb the market. So if I see somebody from Yellow that's trying to hire on, I want to take them because they're the smart ones that are getting out while they can. But see, Steve, I would rather have a felony with a whole bunch of violent crimes and whatnot, because that's pretty much what these people are looking at, Steve, and why they won't hire nobody. They're going to wait to the last second when the Warren Act gets hit to start hiring these people. Now you got to sift through all the good ones, such as myself, with all the riffraff that we've got, because this company will not hire good and keep good people, because management is running these people off. They would rather keep the riffraff and the lazy bums than keep the ones that are dedicated and trying to keep going. But Road Hazard's right. Yellow has done this to themselves. Hawkins started in 91 in Memphis as a dock supervisor. There's where your old age mentality thinking is, because this company's thinking 1993, not 2023, and they can't catch up with the times. They are all the time. I will load a trailer in Memphis going to the Northeast, right? Going to the boat break in Northeast. They will take that trailer in Memphis, back it up to the dock, unload it, put it onto another trailer. Even though they could have kept it sealed and run it through, they bring it to the dock, unload it. Why? Because the numbers. This only thing this company cares about is the numbers. Not customers getting freight on time, damage free, but the numbers. There's no accountability at all with this company. Literally, it is. I'm even surprised I've lasted this long back, Steve.
Well, the stock closed at, as Road Hazard said, 69 cents this past day.
But now, Steve, I will throw this at you, and I will make a money bet with you. And I have this is a very likely scenario. That Teamster lawsuit is going to get thrown out. I bet you. This company is going to file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Now, either Amazon, who tried to buy FedEx a few years ago, remember this? Will take us on we'll take over, or one of these other trucking companies. Now, I'm not saying LTL. I'm saying non-LTL, like how Swift bought up AAA, and kick the union out and go down the road. That is a very likely scenario. And I bet you one of those two is going to happen, Steve. But me personally, I'm disgusted with the management here. I'm disgusted with the way things are going. You know, it's time for me to bounce. And I'm looking. I'm actively looking. And I told Dingbat the other day, I said, if the right opportunity comes along, I'm out. I'm not hanging around for the funeral. And like you said the other night, this is kind of like the reminder of CF and O2. Yeah. And a lot of these young guys don't see that, don't even know that. Hell, half of them don't even know what CF stood for.
All right. They weren't around, weren't in the industry then. Well, you know, what you bring up there, who stands to benefit if things continue as we expect? FreightWaves ran a piece where they're talking to many market analysts this past day. And let's see, one of the analysts notes that there are customers seeking other options, transportation options, given Yellow's inability to reach a deal. Based on all developments over the last 2 weeks, we continue to think it's more likely than not that a meaningful piece of Yellow's business is diverted away to competitors. He also pointed to a final report issued Tuesday from the Congressional Oversight Commission, tasked with overseeing the 2020 COVID relief lending program. noting there were numerous mistakes. The $700 million loan should have never been given. These developments make it highly unlikely, in our view, for a last-minute deal via outside intervention. Now, see, TD Cowen analyst Jason Seidel said union carriers like ABF Freight, an ArcBest subsidiary, and T-Force Freight, a TFI international company, would likely be the biggest winners of Yellow's $5.2 billion slice of the LTL industry. He said these carriers are more compatible with the way Yellow operates and could hit the upper end of the earnings per share growth ranges, he calculated. Now he breaks down XPO had an EPS growth range of 9% to 35%, but presumably with a lower confidence level assigned. He does not see Old Dominion as a big beneficiary due to their strict pricing discipline and their freight profile. He also noted some strong private carriers would likely see incremental volumes if Yellow were to fail. Now, he did say, we're not predicting Yellow's demise or its survival, just providing some math in case the carrier exits. He drew comparisons on the 2002 failure of Consolidated Freightways. That company was generating more than $2 billion in revenue, 20,000 employees, 14,500 who were actually Teamsters at the time. Now, Seidel said that the competitor ArcBest reported an 11% increase in daily tonnage the month that followed the announcement of CF's bankruptcy. ArcBest tonnage was down 2.4% in the month prior to that bankruptcy. Now, he did say the events at Yellow create the potential for massive earnings accretion, noting Old Dominion and Saia could see their earnings increase by more than 20%. He said a wall of freight could present some execution challenges to network-centric businesses like LTLs, but he believes high-quality service standards at Old Dominion and Saia will allow them to be more efficiently on board any windfall. Just again, from FreightWaves, market analyst, everybody looking at what may be coming down the pike. We'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday, TGIF. Sometimes we get to jump around. What's happening, Grump?
What's up, man? It just keeps sounding more and more like, like YRC is just going to have to, I guess, send out the obituaries for long.
Yeah.
But, so, I hate seeing a, big company like that, man. I really do. I hate seeing drivers, and like I said last night, I'm not for or against unions. I don't really give a damn one way or the other. That's up to an individual whether they want to join them or anything like that. But what I am against is taxpayer dollars bailing out companies like that. For whatever reason, it just doesn't seem logical to me. I mean, it's we talked about that a little bit, and it's like I said, Steve, it's like Social Security. All right, how many times have we heard anybody say anything about bailing out Social Security and making sure it's solvent for the next, umpteen years? They don't. They keep talking about how it's going to be insolvent, and then when Biden, tossed all that money toward the Central States Pension Fund and everything like that, it was to make it solvent in 2051. And I thought, man, that's just above and beyond. But yet you got the damn Democrats who, the unions highly support, sitting here now, and they're talking about amnesty and every damn thing else. And if they ever get control of the House and the Senate where they can get a super majority, guess who's 35 million people is going to be, right now that's what they estimate is going to be legitimized, and amnesty is what it's going to be. And what happens to the Social Security when that happens? If you want to take a good look at it right now, there's about 1.5 million people they estimate right now that's around 62 years old, and probably another, it's a good third of the whole group that is within just a couple of years of retirement age. And if the Democrats was to have their way, and stuff like that, I mean, Biden can throw out all these billions and billions of dollars to the union. He can, wage war with Ukraine, with Russia through Ukraine as a proxy and pay billions and billions of dollars out to them. But the people that's worked their ass off, and paid into the Social Security fund and everything else, you got people like DeSantis and people like that, and Biden saying, let's raise it up to 70 years old before you get a dollar. It doesn't make any sense, especially when they're talking amnesty and at the same time, especially the Democrats. And if they was to bring all these people in out of the shadows right now and legitimize them, and the ones that are of legal age to start drawing Social Security, they legally have a right to Social Security at that point in time. And that would drain every damn dollar of it, and somebody might say, well, why are you pounding on Social Security? Why do you care so much about Social Security? Yeah, I have my own retirement fund. By God, I paid into that, and I know a lot of seniors right now that just, they've got screwed over so many damn times, and there was a lot of union people also that, was coming up in there, in unions like CF and so many others, that lost their damn jobs in the same way, and all they had was Social Security to fall back on. They paid into it, but yet, they get screwed out of it. But anyway, but this affirmative action, I thought that was pretty damn good. I thought it was about time that somebody got off their ass and actually brought this forth and stopped that whole deal. Affirmative action, I never was somebody that believed in that. It basically, it was born out of an executive order by JFK back in 1961. And this whole thing, it started out as a work-related deal, having, equal protection clause. It became more or less a provision out of, the equal protection clause became kind of a provision off the 14th Amendment and enacted in 1868. And they was the first time it was ever used as a student, for kids getting in school or anything like that. It happened to be a black kid, Lloyd Gaines. It was in 1938 when he applied at University of Missouri Law School and was denied strictly on his race, and so that's how that kind of whole thing got twisted around from looking at workforce to being applied to colleges and things. But the funny thing about that is they called it positive discrimination. Now, how in the hell do you come up with that term? That I never understood that.
Right.
You talking about an oxymoron. Here it's positive discrimination. As long as it's not about anyone of color, it's positive discrimination. And I don't know, man. I tell you, the more I read on this, and I've been reading on, this for years and years and years. The military was one of the worst. We would have like NCO of the quarter, and Airman of the quarter, things like that, Airman of the year stuff. And I would get directives down, especially like in my shop and stuff. They'd say, "Look, Sarge, you gotta, don't send up any white kids this time. It's all got to be black kids. They won't. We got to bring up our quote. What the hell are you people talking about? I'm going to send up the best person. So I got where I would even be.
The most qualified, right? That's as it should be. But hey, we close out another hour, so we get our news break. We come back there. We'll pause the Steve Summers Overnight Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting in Parkland, Florida. An emotional Peterson spoke after the verdict.
I would hope I would never want any law enforcement officer in this country to go through the last 4.5 years of what I went through.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre that killed 17 people and wounded 17 others. He was accused of failing to take action to confront the gunman as shots rang out. Race can no longer be used as a factor in college admissions. That comes after the Supreme Court today ruled in favor of challenges to affirmative action programs at the University of North Carolina and Harvard. The High Court ruled that the university's admissions policies were unconstitutional. Air travel is a mess right now, and it's expected to last. Lucinda Kay has some advice.
First tip, acceptance. Your air travel is going to be choppy. Keep your cool, create a plan C, and commit to a carry-on so you have clothes to wear no matter what comes. Travel insurance helps, and it covers lost luggage, costs and last-minute cancellations, illness and injuries, and control what you can. Get to the airport early. Better to have some time to relax with a beverage than try to will those lines to move faster. You might even fly a whole day ahead to make sure you reach your event on time. Book direct flights. There's less room for error. Otherwise, choose layovers that give you some wiggle room for delays.
Wall Street is closing with stocks mostly higher at the closing bell. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 269 points to 34,122. The S&P 500 rose by 19 points to 4396. The Nasdaq dropped by less than a point to 13,591. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s last sibling has died. The King Center said Dr. Christine King Ferris died peacefully this morning with her family by her side in Atlanta. She was 95 years old, the first child to Reverend Martin Luther King Sr. and Alberta Christine Williams King. Unionized UPS drivers are warning of an imminent strike that could start as soon as next week.
The UPS Teamsters want the delivery company to produce their final offer on Friday. It comes in the wake of a failed negotiation meeting earlier in the week. Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien warned of a work stoppage of historic proportions if a deal is not reached. Over 340,000 UPS employees could walk off the job in the potential strike, causing massive disruptions to the U.S. supply chain. So far, the two sides have agreed on in-truck air conditioning and heat shields, but not much else. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Texas is the best state for summer road trips. That's according to Wallet Hub. The website looked at several factors, including cost and the number of attractions, to determine their list. New York has the second spot. Rhode Island landed at the bottom. The first projections are in for 2 huge blockbuster films hitting theaters in July. Greta Gerwig's Barbie is expected to make between $70 and $80 million in its first weekend. Meantime, Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer is projected to make around $40 million in its debut at North American theaters. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. round 3. Here we go on a Friday. I can't help it. When I came across a story this past day from Landline where Rand McNally has a new edition of the Motor Carriers Road Atlas intended for professional drivers. Now, we all know GPS has become almost the universal use for routing trucks, according to Rand McNally in the news release. But the Atlas is the go-to navigation device that experienced drivers use to plot their course when the GPS device fails to operate appropriately. Each edition includes updated state and national truck accessible routes, the latest state-by-state regulations, fuel tax charts, restricted routes, low clearance warnings, things you need to know as a professional driver, right? I just can't help but wonder how many drivers in this day and age would even know how to open the damn thing up and find their route. just realistically. All right. The 2024 edition, comprehensive update on fuel tax information and tractor-trailer inspection procedures, hazmat route regulations, tips and facts, on-the-road resources, updated restricted routes, low clearance, and way station locations. The addition of mileage-based exit numbers along Interstate 95 in Rhode Island. A revised 22-page mileage directory with more than 40,000 truck route-specific city-to-city mileages. Detailed coverage of the state and national designated routes. Road construction and road condition hotlines, easy-to-use chart of state and provincial permit agency phone numbers and websites. The new edition of the Atlas, available in paperback, a spiral-bound, there's a laminated deluxe version, and a large-scale edition with maps that are 37% larger print on laminated pages with spiral binding that allows the book to lay open easily. Now, let's see. What would your guesstimation be? How many drivers would actually be able to pull out an Atlas, the old-fashioned, the way it was before GPS came around, and actually find their way?
Well, I'll tell you, I just read an article where, and I was going to touch on this, but I just read an article where right now the CDL testing, is in 15 different languages. You think Rand McNally is going to put it in 15 different languages?
Right.
It's crazy. But, I just want to touch on a couple more things, and I wanted to get on to some trucking issues here. But, this whole affirmative action garbage, is basically designed around the elite schools. And Wall Street Journal had an article about it, and they said, well, if they do away with affirmative action, it's going to reduce the black attorneys down from at least 12.7%. And another one said it was going to be 90% and all this. I thought, my God, people, that is such a small amount of any people anyway that's going to be going to elite schools that can afford to go to there, to become attorneys. Why doesn't the affirmative action never apply to anything like trade schools? If you look at it, hell, all you had to do is walk up there, and if they had to stand people in the damn along the wall or, whatever to get people in there to trade schools because of so much money that they can get back from the federal government for, tuition assistance and things like that for going, to trade schools, that, they was all for it. But when these elite schools and stuff like, things like that. And it was always these elite professors that was pushing this affirmative action stuff. They were the ones that was saying, well, the black people are getting left behind in these elite schools. And you just scratch your head and you go, who gives a damn? Honestly, hell, do they have to get a Harvard law, degree? Couldn't they go to the University of Missouri like this, like that one cat did,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't make any sense to me. I always thought it was kind of a joke, and how they implied it was, You know, especially when they said it was positive discrimination. Really? Okay. But anyway, would it surprise you, Steve, if I said that truck accidents were up 50%?
50%.
2009.
Wow.
50%. That's what they're saying. 50%. And the peak accident times are from 6 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock in the morning, and then again from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's when, you know, the majority of the accidents are. They kind of contribute that to the fact that they have a
rush
14-hour clock you're staring
Sure.
at. Yeah, and people has to drive through rush hour, or because they can't really afford to park and you know, and wait. But you know, I guess the positive side of that is now that the causation, they're saying that about 80% of that now is caused by cars, you know, running in trucks. You know, they're at fault, and you know, everything's up. The amount of deaths that are involved in trucking is up, and I was looking at several different venues within the Department of Transportation, the Labor Statistics Board, and they're all over the damn board with how many immigrant drivers are here now. You know, and you know, some of them had been using the same 2000, I think it was 2017 stats, that there was only 18.6% immigrant drivers, which is a ton of drivers to be, you know, on the road. You know, really, that's coming over here on visas, but the actual numbers are closer to 40%. And what's amazing is this is getting to be a job that Americans won't do. And one of the things that baffled me when I was reading into this, and they were talking about one of the reasons why so many people are getting out of trucking, that you know, the average age right now is 55 years old when they get out, but it's a 95% turnover rate in all parts of the trucking industry, is what they're saying. And one of the things that drivers are talking about the most is being why they don't want to do it is depression and loneliness. You know, do you ever want to just kick somebody right in the ass and say, snap out of it? I mean, are they working for companies that are keeping them out here on the damn highway still for weeks on end? And I've read a lot about that, you know, and I've talked to companies, and I was never one to play into it. When I said I'm going home, I meant I'm going home. I didn't ask their permission. I didn't say, hey, can you route me around that way? I would always make it clear I'm heading to the house. You can throw something in the trailer if you want to. Don't make a damn to me. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. When I was ready to go home, I went home. But you got so many companies right now that are still playing by those rules. They're still coming up with these, and that's why they love immigrant drivers. That's why they love this so-called driver shortage, because they can apply to the federal government. There's 38 different agencies right now that are promoting immigrant drivers coming in. And that's, you know, different organizations, not agencies, but organizations that are promoting this. You know, everything from immigrant lawyers to just, you know, so many other different selective groups. And they believe that, you know, the immigrant driver coming over here, that gives them an opportunity. And plus, you know, it gives American drivers something that, you know, find another job and all this, you know, that's closer to their home. I thought, my God, what the hell is going on here? You know, the more you read into this stuff, it just acts like it's a push to get rid of American drivers. It's not that the American drivers want to do this. It's like waving that wand in front of them and saying you're getting sleepy, or they'll pocket watch and stuff like that. You know, it's this brainwashing crap that they're coming up with that, you know, do you like being away from the way they word the questions? You know, do you enjoy being away from your family? You know, does your little kids, you know, cry wanting you back home, and all this other crap? And you know, this is all my kid knew. I know a lot of drivers were like that. You know, I mean, this is all their kids knew. But you know, my son always knew two things. You know, if he didn't know anything, you know, number one, I loved him dearly, and number two, when he wanted me at home, I was at home. And I don't know why, you know, my life would be any more different than anyone else's. But when we're bringing up all of this stuff about these damn drivers and everything, and the causation of accidents and things like that, you know, they're saying that about 72% of the accidents on the road right now, involving big trucks are male drivers. But that is as close to the demographics as you're going to get. They won't say whether they're immigrant drivers, whether they're company drivers, or what they are. They don't want to get into the weeds on that because of this discrimination stuff. Maybe this, Supreme Court will snap out of it. But the one thing I've learned since MAP 21 is that electronic logging devices are a joke. They didn't do a damn thing any more than Obamacare did. When they said, well, there's 10 million people that needs health care. Well, hell, right now there's 34 million people that needs health care, and that doesn't include all the damn illegals that have strolled across the border. And, why is trucking any different? Because trucking is the largest organization out here. It is the largest industry. And it's being given away mile by mile, bump by bump, by politicians that is creating this atmosphere of you don't want to do this, let somebody else do it. And companies haven't learned any kind of a
And I believe either he lost his cell, but we disconnected one way or the other. All right. Maybe his battery died. I'm not sure. All right. Maybe he'll dial us back up. It is 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back into it here. Happy Friday. What's happening in Cue Ball?
There we go. I had to get the phone set up. And not a heck of a lot, Steve. Good morning.
Morning. Happy Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been doing a lot of thinking about this whole thing. I listened to yesterday's show on replay, and I got to thinking a lot about this whole thing with Yellow and the Teamsters and all of that. This really got me thinking some old thoughts I had many, many, many years ago. So I'm trying to even think about where to start. So my dad, when I was young, like a baby, he worked for a large pharmaceutical company that used to be based out in New Jersey. The name of that pharmaceutical company is no longer there. It got bought up once or twice. But I remember he used to work like fixing the instrumentation and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The equipment. But but he also worked here. They had a large boiler room, but I remember as a kid, a few times I was ever able to go over there, I remember being amazed at that. So a lot of the guys that worked in the boiler room were union. My dad was not. So my dad had experience with dealing with these guys and dealing with his job and so on. And my mother worked for, I'll just say, a large telecommunications company that still exists today. And that was a union job. But even though my mother wasn't part of the union, they still took her money. So somebody was mentioning about that yesterday. My mother was one like that. Didn't want to join the union, but he still kept her money. Well, both my parents were retired. They didn't retire. They both got retired. Guess what? It wasn't with either one of those companies. So whatever promise that they were taught as kids to work for large companies and retire and live happily ever after, that I always called it a fairy tale. Well, that's all it was. It was a fairy tale. It didn't come to be. It didn't happen. So when I came, through trucking school, this was in 1998, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the end of when you're in trucking school, that's when the recruiters start showing up for the different companies and whatnot. And, of course, some people were like, now, granted, a kid growing up in Jersey, everyone's like, oh, you need to get a job with the Teamsters. And I'm like, who? Okay. Then I started learning a little bit. Okay. So somebody forwarded me, don't laugh, somebody forwarded me a number from some people that I knew in my family that had, I'm like literally 21 years old. And I started calling around a couple people trying to get a job for Consolidated Freightways. I was just talking about that earlier. And I remember being on the phone with a couple guys, and they were like, dude, don't even waste your time. This is not good. Trust me, you don't want to work here. So I kind of just like gave up on that idea with them. And then I started talking to a cousin of mine who drove truck for a while. And I kind of wanted to, he kind of told me, he says, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to work for somebody else, or is your goal to be an owner-operator and work for yourself? I'm like, well, my goal is to work for myself. He's like, well, the last thing you want to do is go anywhere with a union, because you'll just work for somebody else, and hopefully everything pays out for you. But you get a pension and all of that whatnot. But I'm not 100% if that would actually happen. This is what I was told in 98. So I was like, okay, whatever. I started kind of fishing around, figuring out what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. Ultimately, I decided I'll just go to work with a carrier that was out of Arkansas and no longer exists today. Bounced around a few different places, wound up buying my own truck, and the rest is history. Fast forward to my parents. My mother went with another, she was working for another outfit out of Jersey, and that place closed up shop. They said, okay, well, you've been very valuable. We'll put a home office in your house, and you can work there. That lasted about a year. They retired her ass. That was it. Done. They just closed the doors. That was it. But Mom was too old to really do much about anything. So my father still had his job, and he was working. At that point, he wanted to retire early, but he had to keep working to keep my mom on health insurance until she was old enough to get on Medicaid. And that company worked they just messed with my dad, trying to make him quit. I mean, even to the point where they literally made him keep stock in a stock room because it was cold down there. Knew he was an old man. They'd probably freeze him out. Well, my dad's answer was, I'll just buy heaters and plug them into the wall. And they just messed with him till finally one day the bean counters were like, who the hell is this guy? And why are we paying him so much? And then they literally locked my dad out of the plant. Marched his ass right out. He had to pay the Cobra plan until Mom was old enough to get on Medicaid, and then he was done. So I look back at my life, and I remember thinking, union or not, my dad reminded me of the days when I, believe it or not, hang on, let me get around this trucker out loud. Don't laugh, but when I was in high school, I worked for Pathmark. Now, Pathmark is a grocery store. when I first started working there, I was 16 years old, and I was pushing carts back to the building.
Mm-hmm.
And then they decided, well, hey, do you want to be a cashier? And I'm like, yeah, it beats being outside the cold. Well, a cashier job for Pathmark's gone nowadays, too. So if you're a cashier anywhere inside the building, the only non-union job at Pathmark was pushing shopping carts. Well, in high school, at 16 and 17 years old, how many hours do you think you're allowed to work a week? By the way, my union dues took up half of my paycheck. Now, it's just not a lot of money for, it was just maybe a nickel over minimum wage. I think it was like $4.25 in those days. Might have been $3.75. Really don't remember.
Right.
But I remember the dues were half the paycheck. Taxes were about a quarter of it. It didn't even, when I was 17 years old driving my own car, it didn't even leave me enough money to put gas in the car just to get my ass to and from work. I asked the manager, "Can you put me back on carts? I made more money out there." So I was like, I was bewildered by that whole mentality. The other thing that I learned later on in years was the way everything in the union seemed to work by seniority. Didn't matter if you worked hard or hardly worked. It only went by seniority. So everybody effed off. Nobody really got any work done. So I kind of decided that route wasn't for me. Now, I'm not saying it's bad for everybody. I'm just saying that route wasn't for me. But like my dad, who never was in the union, but knew a lot of union guys, I watched corporate America screw my dad over. My father-in-law, God rest his soul, he was a union guy, and I watched corporate America screw him over, and I watched his union do absolutely nothing other than give him a lot of talk, but in the end, no action, and screwed him over. So I guess in the end, I kind of saw everybody get screwed over, and ultimately my answer was, the only person that's going to take care of me is me. So I'm listening to all the other guys over the years talk about these jobs, and in the end, what you think is great today might not be great 25 years from now when you think you could retire and you think there's going to be a pension. One of the old-timers that's been driving this dude's been driving before I was born. I remember he was one of those guys that had to take a haircut with the Central States,
Freddie the freeloader, yes. I guess ultimately he got his money back, but we pause for a news break.
USA News Update. The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting in Parkland, Florida. An emotional Peterson spoke after the verdict.
I would hope I would never want any law enforcement officer in this country to go through what I went through.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre that killed 17 people and wounded 17 others. Race can no longer be used as a factor in college admissions. It comes after the Supreme Court today ruled in favor of challenges to affirmative action programs at the University of North Carolina and Harvard. The High Court ruled that the university's admissions policies were unconstitutional. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener that's expected to be declared a possible cancer causer by the World Health Organization. Dave Collins, USA.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, 25 before the hour. Yeah, we left off there. Let me get back, finish up with cue ball. Freddie the Freeloader, yep. Been around for many, many years. And he was taking it in the shorts. Had the big cut in the Central States, but I guess they've got that resolved with the bailout thing.
But yeah, wasn't he facing like a 20% cut in his pension?
That or maybe more.
I think you're right. Now, last I remember listening to him and his daughter talk, he held up his end of that bargain, working all them years. And then they tell him, well, we're just going to give you 20% less and F off if you don't like it. What's that, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like, I've learned that you can't trust anything, even if it's written down on paper.
Mm-hmm.
If you got a contract and the people you wrote a contract with are big enough, they'll rewrite your contract, tell you to kiss their butt. And you ain't big enough to do anything about it. So I'm not bad-mouthing anybody that believes that line. I'm just saying that, ultimately you're responsible for what happens to you. And if you believe something, and there were things I believed when I was younger too, and I had to make that call, and thankfully I think I made the right one. And I have to, work my absolute face off nowadays to do what I'm doing now. But, I just never trusted anybody to take care of me. But when I watched enough people go through it, both union and non-union alike, that they were not taken care of later in years unless they did it themselves. And I just think that's a scary spot to be, especially when you're older. You know, I like I said, I've seen it just way too many times. But there's another aspect to this thing that I don't think people think about, that maybe yesterday too, we were talking about union membership dropping big time. There's a lot of groups out there, just to name a handful of them, that support groups that support their own demise. Let me explain. My mother, the last job she had before she got retired, she had a really cool boss who happened to be Jewish. And he was a big-time Democrat, and my mother, of course, was not. And they talked, you know, they were always friendly with each other talking about it, right? But I never understood why the majority of Jewish people with family in Israel support Democrats who support the people who fire rockets into Israel to kill Jewish people. And I've never understood that.
Mm-hmm.
So you take the union members, they give their money to the unions, Teamsters are no different, and they support a political party who undercuts wages by bringing in all these illegal aliens, who supports the decimation of the blue-collar worker. And I'm like, wait a minute, you support people that go against everything that you are about.
Mm-hmm.
You scream union pride and the American worker and this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, your union openly supports those who openly go against the American worker. What in the hell is wrong with people? Are people blind to this? And then they're driving the trucks, they're going down the road, and they're listening to shows like this or other daytime shows, and they're listening to the politics, and they're understanding what's going on, and then they write that check to the union who funds the other guy. And you wonder why membership is down. Because if you got people that literally won't drink Bud Light anymore, over, why would they continue supporting the same type of people when they take a portion of their check? You see where I'm going with this? It's just, you're supporting those that support your own demise. And until that stops, as far as I'm concerned, they all can go under. Because they're all anti-American as far as I'm concerned. Because of who they support. They support the communists. I'm not saying they are communists. I'm saying they support the communists.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I come from a family, like on my dad's side, coal miners. When them mines are closing down, my grandfather had two choices: move out of Pennsylvania or starve. You can't live in 1952. You're just not going to live on $7 a week, because that was his last paycheck when he left the mines. He didn't even have enough gas money to get all the way to the next job and be able to turn around and come back to Pennsylvania if he didn't get the job. He had enough money to go one way. He couldn't even turn the car around and come back.
Wow.
He went to Jersey, he either got a job or they're done. That was in 1952. That man needed a union in those days. But that was before the unions were supporting communism. That's my opinion of it all. I get where they're coming from, but you're supporting those that are trying to take yours, not give it to you. People need to think about that.
Something I've not understood for many, many years. Yes, and somebody brought it up last evening, that inevitably the very unions, one after another, they always endorse the Democrat on the ticket. Doesn't mean all union members vote for the Democrat, but they always endorse and typically, throw some money their way. All right, a quick switch of gears. I see, I had to kind of chuckle. Story says, in a shocking twist that no one saw coming. To which I said, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, there were some people that saw it coming. Pappy, talking about you. A shocking twist that no one saw coming. Some of the fiercest defenders of Joe Biden, a.k.a. the corporate press, seem to have finally had enough of the gaffe-filled president. When Biden was recently asked by a reporter if he was involved in Hunter's business dealings, Biden shouted, "No!" at the reporter, as a smile broke across his face. Chad Prather, watching the clip, kind of laughs. He says, there's the dementia. You know when Joe's lying because the laugh comes out. He's got to patronize you. He's got to be condescending. He's got to laugh at you like, I can't believe you're asking this question. Prather believes the tough questions the reporters are asking are not organic, but rather they're being told to go after Biden. They're going to run Joe down, and it's going to get to a point where basically Jill's going to come along and pull Joe aside and say, yeah, Joe, Joe and I have decided we fixed everything Trump messed up. We've done our job. It's time to pass the mantle on to the successor. Prather predicts Biden won't have to deal with any of his potential crimes. He said they'll sign a very big book deal and likely let Kamala be president for a minute. She'll get to be the first female president for just a second. That'll keep her from running her mouth too much later on because they'll throw her that bone. She'll go down in history as that. After one of Biden's most recent gaffes, Prather's predictions are fairly believable. Talking to reporters recently, Biden proudly claimed that Putin was losing the war in Iraq and at home. Prather said, I didn't know Putin was fighting in Iraq. None of the reporters tried to correct him. Even CBS has come out with a piece on Hunter Biden's crimes, interviewing the IRS whistleblower Gary Shapley. Now, if this was any other person, according to Shapley in that interview on CBS, they likely would have already served their sentence for the crime. Did anybody see that coming?
Yeah, I guess we did.
You did.
Hey, check this out, man. Remember that global phone?
Yes. Did John Solomon actually call that and get an answer? I saw that.
Yes.
Is that for real?
That's for real, Steve. I seen the interview with him. He said back when the Hunter laptop got exposed, he said there was a phone number in there, and he was talking with the whistleblower, too. He said, he called the number. Guess who answered?
When I saw that, I said, if that phone was used in communiques with Hunter and some of these other business partners, which undoubtedly that's what the Oversight Committee is trying to find now, try to subpoena the phone call records of that secret, why would he still even have that phone? I mean, you'd think they would have. This
was a while ago when he called.
Okay, so it wasn't recent.
A couple of years ago.
Oh, okay.
No, this was. Yeah.
That's what I was confused about. I'm thinking they would have Hillary Clinton bleach bit that phone by now.
Yeah. And who gave that phone to him, Steve? Wasn't the guy? It's not a government phone.
It's Hunter.
Right?
Hunter.
That's like his business partners from like Burisma. They're the ones that gave him that phone. So it's not like the government can try to step in, and they can probably get them records from Ukraine or whichever company gave him that phone.
So, in other words, Solomon had the number all that time ago. Now, how? And just recently, the oversight committee had been given the information about it.
Yeah, he's kind of kept it quiet. He didn't go public with it.
Okay.
Until recently, but it happened a while ago. Yes, sir. Hey, man, what did they charge that officer with that just got acquitted in that school shooting? You know what they charged him with?
Honestly, I do not know what the charge was.
Steve, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, how they criminally charge this man? For what? Because he froze up? Maybe? I don't know the whole case behind it. I mean, when it first all came out, I was like, man, I would hope, that I would go in and take care of business. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. But to criminally charge somebody because they didn't act, I mean, you can be fired, dereliction of duty, whatever you want to call it. That's a fireable offense. But to criminally charge this guy? I don't know. You got to quit it anyway. So, man, on the news break, Steve, they were talking about the World Health Organization is going to come out and call this, I can't remember the name of the substance, but it was a sweetener that's been used in
aspartame
soft drinks.
Aspartame.
There you go. Supposedly it's a carcinogen, Steve.
Cancer agent. Yep. I mean, they've been talking about that off and on for years, and now they're discussing putting actual warning labels on products that say possible carcinogen.
Steve, the deal is the CDC was paid off to keep that hush-hush. So, we got this government entity taking money. Here we go again, Steve. Taking money to put an okie dokie on that little stamp of that ingredient that it's okay. Even though Americans could possibly come down with cancer, we don't care. Just write us our check, man. Unbelievable. And we've talked about this before too, though. How many times have we seen commercials, right? This ain't good for you. Don't take this. Don't use this. And 5 years later, oh, we were wrong. Actually, they're recommending you do take it. It's good for you. I mean, what the heck, man? Just absolutely madness. That's why nobody believes in anything coming out of any government anymore, man. I'm sorry, Steve. I lost all faith, man. Jeez. Man, the only thing, listen, I'm not a trucker. Before I got in the line of work I'm in now, I did do some construction remodeling work. When I first got out of the Navy, I'll tell you the name of the company, Schneider Home Equipment over there on Pippin Road.
Mm-hmm.
Got a job with them. Storm windows, replacement windows, siding, family-run business. And, Steve, if anything went wrong, right, I don't know, something, you call the office and the boss there, the owner, you'd talk to him. He would tell you, Dave, whatever it takes to make the customer happy, that's what you do. He didn't care if it cost the company a little bit more money, whatever. Make the customer happy. And that's why they're still in business to this day. Well, I quit them to go over to work for Hansco. It was a remodeling company. They're no longer in business. It was a remodeling company. Room additions, basements, baths, you name it, we did it. I was building this $30,000 room addition. We're wrapping it up towards the end. The gutters came to put up, and the little leaf stringers that go into the downspout to keep leaves from clogging up the gutters and the downspouts, right?
Yep.
They didn't come, so I called the office. I was going to talk to Joe in there who ordered all the materials and stuff and tell him, hey, man, where's the leaf stringers, right? Damn boss answers, man. I wasn't expecting them to answer. But I tell him, hey, man, we didn't get, the leaf stringers for these gutters. Is that in the contract? Dave, was that in the contract? I don't know if it was in the contract. Is that part of the work order? like a little common sense here. Well, if it's not on the work order, they're not getting them. Okay, you're talking about a $2 piece of wire, right?
Mesh, yep.
That you're refusing somebody just spent $30,000. Steve, I went up to the hardware store and bought them out of my own damn pocket, man. I left that place to go build houses, and I think it was like 2 years after I left, and the company folded up. Real common sense.
Hey, real quick, I found the scoop here on what the officer was charged with. 7 counts of felony child neglect and 3 counts of culpable negligence due to those that died. 7 were minors and I guess the 3 adults. Now it says he was not charged in connection with the victims on the first floor because he had not arrived on scene yet. He faced a perjury charge for telling investigators afterward that he did not see students fleeing the building and that he heard only 2 or 3 gunshots after arriving at the scene, while other witnesses said they heard more. The state claimed the evidence showed both statements were not true. So that's what he faced. Felony child neglect, and culpable
it sounds like they're just trying to throw him under the bus, what it sounds like to me, Steve. I don't know. We talked about first-hand witnesses, how you're going to get different accounts. When that adrenaline kicks in, man. Officer's been involved in shootings. How many times did you shoot him? I don't know, twice, 3 times. That was 8. You just don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. I just can't see the guy charging him criminally. Usually in child neglect in Ohio, it has to be repeatable, Child neglect, that is. Now, child endangerment is a different charge. Steve, if you're driving drunk, you get pulled over and you're drunk, right? And you blow over and you got your children in the car, they will charge you with child endangerment. You're putting them kids in danger. I don't know. It is what it is. But hey, I saw an interview with who's the lady from, I think, South Carolina, governor there running for president?
Nikki Haley.
Yeah. She said something today kind of made me think a little bit. She was like, man, I tell my kids this is the greatest country on earth, and you can be anything you want to be in this country if you set your mind to it. And it was on the Gunfield show, and the lady sitting across from her was like, well, I can't be a volleyball player because she's a tiny little thing. And I started thinking, she's right. To tell your kids that you can be anything you want to be if you just set your mind to it in this country is a little far-fetched. It's like if I want to be, if I'm a kid, I'm 5'9", weigh 160 pounds, Steve, and I want to be the main forward for the Lakers in the NBA, man. It just ain't happening, man. Right? I don't care how hard I try. That's a gift from God to begin with, to get to be that talented, right? If they tell me I'm going to be some kind of physicist or something. Steve, I'm not that smart, man. Man, you know limitations.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, what if you're the big boy and you've got aspirations of riding a horse in the Kentucky Derby? You want to be a jockey?
Yeah, there you go.
You can't. Those guys can't weigh more than 100 pounds soaking wet. Little guys.
Yeah, that'd be like Big Moose saying, "I'm gonna go be a jockey, man." Come on.
Yeah, right.
You know. But the main thing, it's still the greatest country on this earth, Steve. Most people just want to go to work, make a living to put food on the table for their family, you know. And in this country, I don't care who you are, as long as you're physically able to get out there and work, you can do that. There's nothing holding you back. I would have 3 recommendations, though, for these youngsters out here. Don't get pregnant at a young age. Don't get somebody pregnant. Get a high school diploma. And don't get arrested and charged and convicted of some felony. If you stay away from them things and get your high school diploma, Steve, it's, the sky's the limit, so to speak.
Yep.
In this country still, hopefully. It stays this way. I don't know if you heard California, man. They putting a damper on the fireworks show, Steve. No more fireworks show in California. I think they canceled 4 public main firework displays.
Didn't they do the same thing? I don't know if it was last year. Maybe it might have been 2 or 3 years ago. And told Los Angeles residents no fireworks, and then they showed the video the next morning of the skyline lit up. Everybody doing fireworks.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Affirmative action is now barred from being used in college admissions decisions. That comes after the Supreme Court today ruled in favor of challenges to affirmative action programs at the University of North Carolina and Harvard. The High Court ruled that the university admissions policies were unconstitutional. President Biden is opposed to expanding the Supreme Court.
Take a look at overruling Roe v. Wade. Take a look at what the decision today.
In an interview with MSNBC, the president argued the court has done more to unravel basic rights than any other court in recent history, citing the court's decision to strike down affirmative action programs in college admissions. Emotions are raw in Parkland, Florida, after former Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School resource officer Scott Peterson was found not guilty on all charges. Parent Tony Montalto said he doesn't understand what's needed to find someone guilty in Broward.
For our families, we still feel he should be haunted every day by his failure to act. I know that he contributed, I should say, to the deaths of my daughter Gina, her schoolmates, and their teachers.
He says after seeing the killer avoid the death penalty and the deputy who did not confront that killer be found not guilty, his faith in the U.S. justice system is shaken. A man with materials for explosives and an active warrant related to the January 6th Capitol riot is under arrest after running toward former President Obama's Washington, D.C. home. Secret Service officials saw the man within blocks of the home. They detained him as he was running towards it. His van was parked nearby with multiple weapons and materials to make explosive devices like Molotov cocktails. He had made threats on social media against public figures recently and had an open warrant on charges related to the Capitol riot. It's unknown if the Obamas were home. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The majority of Americans support giving weapons to Ukraine. A newly released Reuters survey found 65% of respondents want the U.S. to continue arming Ukraine again. A few months ago, only 48% said the same, indicating there has been a sharp uptick in support. There are no injuries after a Delta plane was forced to land on its nose at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The inbound crew alerted air traffic control.
We have a nose wheel unsafe indication. We're going to have to go ahead and declare an emergency.
Local reports say the pilot safely landed the plane without front landing gear. The nearly 100 passengers on the flight from Atlanta were bused to the terminal with no injuries. That's one way to end a vacation. A very lucky traveler has won more than $1 million on an airport slot machine in Vegas. The traveler was playing the slots while waiting for their flight on Tuesday. The winner hit a jackpot totaling more than $1.3 million. Harry Reid International Airport has more than 1,400 slot machines for Vegas visitors to take one last shot at winning big before heading home. With the first pick in the 2023 NHL entry draft, the Chicago Blackhawks selected center Connor Bedard from the Regina Pats of the Western Hockey League. Bedard has been considered by many around the league to be a generational talent. With the second pick, the Anaheim Ducks selected center Leo Carlsson from the Swedish Elite League. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, good morning, Rick in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, the Reds back in town tonight. Or actually, this afternoon. It's a weird start time. Gates open at 3:10. Game first pitch 5:10 this afternoon. Here's what they got crazy going on in this town. I think I mentioned earlier this week. Yeah, Reds are back in town. So that's downtown Great American Ballpark. And last I heard, yes, it is a sold-out game. So the Reds are sold out. Right next door to Great American Ballpark is Paul Brown Stadium. Didn't they change the name to, what's the name of that stadium? Is it Paycor Stadium? I can't remember. But Taylor Swift is in concert tonight. A sold-out stadium there. So you got both venues in downtown sold out. And there's, what's the other? We got the soccer team, FC Cincinnati. Professional soccer team. That is sold out. It's going to be a nightmare getting in and out of town. So, yeah, Rick's chiming in. He said, you think we'll have the same type of crowds we did with the Braves series? Like I said, all I know is I saw earlier this week the Reds were sold out. So I'm thinking yes. Now, Taylor Swift, the concert is, she's got a Friday night show and a Saturday night show in Cincinnati. Yesterday morning, Thursday morning, you would not believe the lines of people that were camped out before the sun ever came up, waiting for the Taylor Swift merchandise truck to arrive, selling T-shirts, hats, purses, and all the Taylor Swift memorabilia stuff. There were hundreds and hundreds of people lined up, waiting for hours just to be able to buy a damn T-shirt. Now, these are probably mostly people who were unable to get tickets for the actual show. They anticipate, so not only a sold-out crowd for the concert, they expect the Swifties, as they call them, the Taylor Swift fans, to be somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 20,000 plus individuals outside the stadium. So that's going to be insane. There you go. Let's see. Eagle, if you're still awake, hang in there. Got you coming up next. Hey, Becky.
Yeah, that's right. What day is it, Becky? Yeah, that's right. It's her hump day. So are they going to, you don't have that many people in Cincinnati, do you? Are they going to have to bus people in for all these events like the Antifa there for the political deals?
Yeah, they actually, I mean, she's got 2 sold-out shows. They almost added a 3rd show, and they would have probably sold that out. But
yeah, but to fill the baseball stadium and the soccer stadium with that?
And
or are all the guys, no, wait a minute, are all the girls going to the concert and the guys are all going to the baseball game, and who's going to the soccer game? The girls are going to the... Yeah, we'll let everybody else figure that one out. I think we know where we're going with that. Better not say that on the air. Yeah. So anyways, here industry for everybody. I'm not sure if it's. Did you ever find out if it's diesel included? But gas tax is going up in Maryland, 4 cents a gallon, automatic increase July 1st. So the gas tax is going up. So I don't know. Usually if these states have a gas tax increase, usually the diesel increases, but usually the diesel increases a lot more than the gas does. So, but I'm not sure. As I say, the news only was specific to gasoline. It didn't specify anything about diesel, but you know how all this goes. You know, don't talk about it. Nobody will know, and nobody will worry about it if we don't talk about it. So I'm not sure. We'll have to delve further into that, dig into that, and find out. But I don't know what else we got going on.
What was your what was your I-95 deal? You had something going on there.
Yeah, I had a couple things on I-95. A while back there at the midnight, just before the midnight hour, they had on 95 on the north end before you go into Delaware, after you cross over the Susquehanna River, up there by the toll booth on 95, they had the road closed there from the 93-mile marker to the 100, and southbound was jammed up, but they were apparently getting by. That they were showing times to still be able to get to Baltimore. So I don't know if that's still going on, but the next one I came across was 95 south of Baltimore, north of the Washington Beltway. Southbound 95 at exit 31, which is the Route 200, the Mid-County connector. They said they had the 4 right lanes closed. Now there's 4 lanes on the road, Your Honor, and they said they had the 4 right lanes closed. Does that mean the whole road is closed?
Yeah, help me figure that one out.
Yeah, Maryland, I don't know what dictionary or what schools these people go to, but so I don't know if there was a shoulder open, if they were still trying to get traffic by or whatever, but I bailed off 95 and went over to 29, and you take 29 straight down the Capitol Beltway and then choose which way you want to go from there. So was a little bit better bet than going down, because the map was again showing very dark red, and so I don't know if that's still going on. If you'd have to be paying attention if you're going south out of Baltimore, going towards Washington, just watch what you're going on there, because you might want to use an alternate route or pack your lunch, whichever is the better case.
So how's your general flow of traffic tonight? Is there a lot of travelers out there, or not too bad yet?
There seems to be a decent share of traffic out here. You know, I just got south of D.C. here myself on 95, and it does seem to be more than normal on evacuating the Washington areas. So I think they're already started to pick up a little bit, and I would very much assume that today is going to be a major evacuation day and what they call a Friday light going into D.C. So travel back into Washington shouldn't be as bad. But anyways, but that's, I don't know. The other thing we see here tonight was that the moon was up there pretty good and looked pretty good for a while, and about an hour ago there it was starting to get down towards the horizon and really kind of started to disappear where you should have still been able to see it. So I guess there's a decent amount of smoke up there in the lower atmosphere of around the horizon area that you'd see, because as I say, the moon disappeared before it got down to where it was supposed to disappear at, and so we kind of lost track of it. But other than that, I guess we got kind of the regular thing going. And if Chris is still listening for the last show while he's still got his title there, and we're again thank him for everything he did for us and got us what we did and have us with this show on the air, and hopefully everything is set to continue on the way it's been going, or maybe even grow a little bit. So anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you, other than let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 troopers with a car pulled over and a U-Haul. Interesting. But anyways, hey, one last thing before we let go here. Gavin Newsom out there in that land of fruits and nuts there, that California. And I don't know why Jed and his family there, they decided to move to Beverly there. But anyways, he said something about they're going to increase the state troopers out there to try to control or not control, but help in the fentanyl problem out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't you think that the efforts to help with the fentanyl problem should be maybe stopping it at the border and not letting it into the country to begin with? Wouldn't that be a better solution than, I don't know, just asking.
That would be commonsensical.
There you go. So, all right. Well, I guess with all that, hey, here we got the last thing. You said something earlier about the princess was out shopping. Was she down there in line down there at that Taylor Swift thing waiting for this Taylor Swift merchandise truck?
Hell
Come on,
no.
tell us the truth.
No, sir.
Was she down there getting her Taylor Swift merchandise?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. All right. Hey, with that, you have a good night, Your Honor.
She couldn't tell you the name of a Taylor Swift song. Hey, but if you have a last-minute desire to maybe come into town and catch her, according to the New York Post, get a load of this. Taylor keeps on trucking. The ongoing headline-making, groundbreaking Eras Tour stops in Cincinnati's Paycor Stadium for a pair of huge back-to-back concerts this weekend, Friday and Saturday night. If you want to see Taylor live in her Cincinnati era, you can still grab last-minute tickets. Only problem is it's gonna cost you. At the time of publication, the lowest price we could find on seats was $1,157 before fees on Vivid Seats. There's reason to remain optimistic. Seats will become more affordable as we inch closer to night one of Taylor's two-night stint. If you're on the fence about buying last-minute tickets, we recommend refreshing this page all week to see if a deal pops up. You might just find an enchanted deal. But then, they break down. And now this was the New York Post, like 4 days ago. Taylor Swift, June 30th. That'll be tonight. Upper level tickets, starting price $1,157. Lower level, $1,487. Floor seat tickets starting $2,894. Good Lord. Even for the Saturday night show, prices were even higher Saturday night. $1,340 for an upper level, $1,478. That's $1,478. For a lower level, floor seats actually were a little cheaper, $2,180. But are you kidding me? And yes, it is Paycor Stadium, formerly Paul Brown Stadium, home of the Cincinnati Bengals. Just wow, that is nuts. And they're probably paying $30 for a chintzy T-shirt for that show at the same time, right? Well, what's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about, Steve, tonight when it comes to trucking deal. But I want to say something about find out your schedule for next week. Are you gonna be on the air on Monday night? Or are you taking that day off on Monday?
I'll be out. Like my normal tonight. This is Friday morning, so Sunday night, Monday morning. Normally we start the new week. I will not. It'll be a recording Sunday night and Monday night into Tuesday morning. Now I'll be back in Tuesday night into Wednesday morning after the 4th of July, going into the 5th.
Yeah, the 4th. Yeah, you'll be on 4th of July night. Yeah, the 4th of July. Come on a bad holiday. A bad day this week, Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's good for some people. They get 4 days off from work. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So some people got it good. I ain't gonna get back to Texas until probably the 3rd before I get back, because I'm over here in South Carolina right now. My check gonna be so big next Friday, I ain't gonna be able to get all the money out of the bank. I'm making so much money. He wanted me to do them a favor. Another driver couldn't pick up a load, so I had to make my way over from Georgia over to South Carolina to pick up this load tomorrow, and then it'd take about 2 or 3 days to get back to Texas. So, yeah, I'm making some serious money right now. I don't know all these people, Steve. I don't know who they driving for, but they need to find somebody else to drive for, because there's money to be made out here. And there's a lot of other truck drivers making money too. I'm sitting here in the truck stop right now, looking out of my front windshield, and trucks still pulling in as I speak to you right now in South Carolina. These boys are staying real busy, especially with this container freight, these freight that's coming from China and all that. They got a lot of container trucks that run over here on this Interstate 95 over here in Charleston, South Carolina, and places like that going out. So them guys are staying real busy. So my advice is, if you ain't making no money where you at, brother, you better find somebody else to drive for, because there's plenty of money to be made out here, Steve. You best believe it. If I'm telling you that, because I'm gonna put it to your people that's listening to me tonight. If I wasn't making no money, you bet your last dollar I'd be at home right now, and I'd be doing something else. When the money stops in truck driving, that's when I stop driving truck. You better believe that, because I'll never drive a truck for free. You can count on that. I need a job, but I don't work for free. I work for money. So there's money to be made out here, and I'm gonna make every dime I could possibly make while I can. If somebody's gonna give it to me, I'm damn sure gonna take it. That's the way I was raised up, my man. So here's how it goes, Steve. With the yellow freight situation, I just want to say this. I heard another guy call in tonight, crying and moaning and groaning about yellow. I hope the owner or somebody associated with the owner doesn't listen to your radio show. He'd be very disappointed to hear his people or so-called drivers moaning and groaning about the company, how bad it is. Well, it got in. At least he did say that he was looking elsewhere, like I said last night. You know, if you're not happy with the company, you need to move on. He did. I give him credit for that. But that's not a good look, Steve. That's not a good look at all for somebody. Have you ever called you? I've been calling you for a long time, Steve. Have I ever called you up on your radio program and complained about the company I drive for? Anytime have you ever heard me?
Can't say that you have, Eagle. Not that you. Most of the time you're out there making money.
That's what I'm saying. That you've never heard me call in as long as I've been calling you and bad mouth the company I'm driving for. And I'm just gonna put it to you this way: the night that you hear me call in and bad mouth the company I drive for, that'll be the last day I drive for this company. Because I'm gonna repeat myself what I just said a few minutes ago. When I stop making money at this company, I'll move on elsewhere, because there's plenty of companies to pick and choose from. Simple as that. Now, here's how it goes with the other deal, Steve. Truck driving. They got a lot of drivers coming in right now. I've been noticing. I was down in Texas. You'll notice if people go down in that way, you'll notice that there's a lot of drivers coming out of Mexico on these work visas and all kind of other deals they got going on. These truck drivers coming out of Mexico. I don't have no problem with these guys driving in the USA, Steve. There's enough money to be made for everybody. Only problem I have with these guys is the recklessness that they driving with. I seen a guy when I was leaving Texas last week. There was a guy, a Spanish driver, and he was so close to the next truck, and he was riding the bumper of the truck in front of him so close, Steve. It was ridiculous. You would have thought it was a train. The way you would have thought them two trucks were connected, the way he was on that guy's ass. And if that guy would have hit the brake, he wouldn't have had nowhere to go. That's the only thing I have. If you're going to drive in America, you drive safely. You drive the way we drive in America. You don't drive the way you drive in Mexico or Honduras or wherever you come from. Respect the laws of America if you're going to come to this country and drive. That's the only thing I got to say to these people. There's enough money to be made for everybody. And if I ever drove in Mexico, if I, which I won't do, but if I did drive it, I would follow their rules and regulations. I respect another country's rules and regulations. I expect the same out of these people. That's the thing I have a problem with these guys is the recklessness. They are very reckless. And especially the other guys, these Indian guys. Steve, I used to wonder a couple of years ago, I used to wake up in the morning at the truck stop, and these guys, if they don't find a parking space at the truck stop, they'll make a space, and they don't give a damn where they park at. Sometimes you'll leave the truck stop in the morning, and there'll be a guy parked in the driveway, right in the middle of the driveway. And you're like, what the hell? Why would this guy park in the driveway and other trucks are trying to come in and out of the truck stop? And then you watch and see who gets in that truck, and it's usually one of those guys, one of them Indian guys. Them guys don't give a damn about nobody. They make their rules up as they go along. They'll sleep on the fuel lane where trucks fuel up at. I've seen them guys. They'll pull a trash can in front of the damn fuel pump, make like the thing is not working, and they'll park their truck on the fuel lane if they can't find a place to park. Those guys are not going to be. Those guys are not going to try to find another truck stop. If they pull in a truck stop at 10 or 11 at night and it's full, well, you would think you go ahead and move on and go on down the road to another truck, but not them guys. They'll find somewhere to park that truck, and they don't give a damn who they inconvenience. I had a guy park in front of me a couple of weeks ago, and he had the nerve to get mad when I asked him to move his truck so I get the hell out. He was blocking me in. I couldn't even leave the truck stop. I had to knock on the guy's door to have him move his truck out. He didn't give a damn people like me. And then he had the nerve to get mad about it and ask me why I woke him up. I go, well, first of all, I don't leave. I leave the truck stop when I want to leave, not when you say I leave. You blocking me in, my man, so you need to move your truck. So that's the way it goes now, Steve. These I don't like the attitude of some of these people. If you're going to come to America, hey, like I said, do your thing. But change your attitude, my man. You're in the USA. You're in somebody else's country now, brother. And you need to respect the people that live here. You're not doing nobody. You're not doing me a favor. You might be doing somebody, but you're not doing me one by living in the United States. If you don't like it, because we coming up on the 4th of July, Steve, one of my favorite holidays. I forgot to tell you that before I got started with this phone call. I wish that I had seen a T-shirt in the truck stop today. I wish I could give it to you or send it to you because you say you call, I forgot what you call your studio eagle something, but it's got a picture of an American eagle on there. My favorite animal. That's the reason why I call myself that. And I bought one for myself. Well, I bought two of them, but like I said, I got one for you. But like I say, I have to find out where I can get it to you or something. Maybe if I get a trip to Ohio or something, I can give it to you. But, yeah, like I said, Steve, 4th of July is a holiday that's coming up before I hang up with you, which celebrates America. And this is the best country in the world to live in, Steve. You know that. And a lot of your listeners know that. There's no other country in the world that's got things like the U.S. of A. And that's the reason why you got people walking to the United States from Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador. These people are.
We got to hit our news break there, Eagle, but you are 100% correct.
USA News Update. The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting in Parkland, Florida. An emotional Peterson spoke after the verdict.
I would hope I would never want any law enforcement officer in this country to go through what I went through.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre that killed 17 people and wounded 17 others. Race can no longer be used as a factor in college admissions. It comes after the Supreme Court today ruled in favor of challenges to affirmative action programs at the University of North Carolina and Harvard. The High Court ruled that the university's admissions policies were unconstitutional. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener that's expected to be declared a possible cancer causer by the World Health Organization. Dave Collins, USA.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we've seen some big storms in recent weeks set up. Numerous reports of golf ball, baseball size hail in some cases. Some reports of even softball size hail. One such hailstorm took out an entire solar farm, forcing the local community to turn back to traditional power sources. The so-called Community Solar Project, a 4.4 megawatt solar field. I mean, I'm looking at some of the aerial photos. I don't know how many acres this darn thing would entail, but we're talking 14,000 solar panels. Yeah, the big ones. In Scottsbluff, Nebraska. It is not operating, and it's going to remain offline until repairs are completed. Now, it's almost like they're going to have to replace the whole damn field. The Nebraska Public Power District confirms the state-owned public utility and energy firm GenPro Energy developed the project in 2020. The solar complex was destroyed by hail. They're assessing the damage, but it looks destroyed to me. I don't think we're ready to give up on solar power. It was our understanding that these solar panels were at least resistant to hail, but this was an extreme hail event, you know, the size and probably the speed, baseball-size hail. I mean, it was a tornado and a storm with baseball-size hail that hit the region. Widespread damage. Estimated damage could be $1 million. Leaders from the company were planning to meet with the owners and the insurance adjusters of the solar farm yesterday to assess the extent of the damage. Severe weather like the storm that struck Scottsbluff is a good example of why renewable energy providers and local electric utilities benefit from strong partnerships. All right. They say that this project used what they call top-tier solar panels that are able to withstand most hailstorms. While it's unlikely that hailstorms will damage the panels, it's always possible. And obviously, if you were to see the photos, you see automobiles. When you've got hail that's busting windshields and taking out windows, rear windows, yeah, that's the impact that it's having on these solar panels. I mean, it's like literally going out there with a sledgehammer and going to town on the solar panels. But I think nearly every panel, 14,000 of them, kaput. Inbred Redneck, what's going on?
Oh, you know, big buddy, I'm hoping you're going to have a great fourth like I am. I tell you what, you know, you talking about them solar panels, that is something I worry about. You know, I got 5 kilowatts up here on the mountain here, just in case, you know, the poo-poo hits the fan or whatever. And I worry about that sometimes. Hell, I've cut the trees way back from them and everything else. Of course, you have to get the sun on them, but you know what I'm saying, buddy. But yeah, we're going to have us a good time up here. Got the redneck girls, the grandchildren are coming tomorrow afternoon, and all the children will be here too. And daggone, the only bad part about it is, buddy, I got to get the redneck girls put their tops back on there. You know, I can't have them 2 grandsons of mine ogling my girlfriend.
Yeah,
you know
right.
What I'm saying,
no doubt.
Yeah, but the girls have got a good tan this year. No lines, buddy, no lines. And even I ain't got no lines, buddy. So, I mean, hell, we're ready for modeling if people are into, like, older middle-aged people. Yeah, we can sell them calendars there, raise some money for what, you know, the campaign and whatnot, you know, buddy. What are you going to do, buddy? Big horseshoe tournament or what?
I'm hoping to maybe have some pool time. It looks like, you know, we're going to at least have temperatures warm enough. There's actually a lot of rain off and on in the forecast for our upcoming weekend here.
Well, you know, I hadn't even checked the forecast, but that's one reason I ain't got a pool. Well, damn, it gets so damn cold up here on this mountain, and it's pitiful, you know, buddy. But I got the hot tub. It don't matter if it's snowing or raining or whatever. You can get in the hot tub, and it's a good time. Even in the summertime, you just wait till late at night. You don't go out there in the middle of the day and crank her up to 100 or anything and hop in there. You know what I'm saying, buddy? then you just be cooking yourself. But about this time when it starts dipping down, even on the hot days, it was about 100 today. I mean, we're sitting at 69 right now. It'd be a good time to go get in the hot tub, But yeah, hoping to have a good time here and get the horseshoes going, and all the kids will be here, and the redneck girls, and we're going to be real careful this year, though. Buddy.
Yeah, make sure everybody comes out with all their fingers intact.
Yeah, and there's a big problem. Last year, I was had a sparkler going there, and dang on, burnt my wiener. I shouldn't have had it next to the barbecue grill, and I'm just trying to tell people, be careful of them sparklers near your wiener.
They get mighty hot. Yes.
Yeah. But I tell you what, Steve, I hear the truck drivers going on. You know the best thing I think I ever done in my life, buddy, besides calling you, was daggone quitting truck driving, getting out of it. The money has just flowed in. It continues to flow in. Got all this free time in this big mind of mine, and daggone it, it just happened. And like the old Eagle said, if you ain't happy, move on. And it wasn't that I wasn't so much happy with truck driving. It was that it become dull to me, And maybe some people out there just need to get away from it. And, there's fields of opportunities, buddy. A while back, hell, I bought 17 acres, and the money just fell in my lap for it, and trust me, if if you dedicated at it and you can work at something else, you can do it. But I ain't telling everybody they should quit, but it was the best thing I ever done, Just saying from my experience.
So how's your Dogecoin doing? And what was the other one a few weeks ago? Was it the meme coin?
Well, the Smurfs coin, I bought in early enough on that. It is, the price is dumped way down, buddy.
Uh-oh.
On that, which I told everybody it would. I sold out when it sort of peaked. And, I think I made about, $5,000 off of that. Because I think I bought, let me see if I remember, $1,000 worth. And it went up there. Yeah, I made about $5,000 off that. Dogecoin's been a little bit down, but it's slow moving. But Bitcoin's moving pretty good. 31 last time I checked, which it's been a day or two. And they've had some legal stuff going on there, and it's really turned the corner. I'm thinking that finally some of the big wigs in the world's got the big money will be able to throw some money at this thing and make it go. And I'm not saying that everybody should get into Bitcoin. It's just as risky as everything else, but it is a bit more stable. That's one reason I like Dogecoin, If you look at the history of it, it's pretty flat until it spikes up, and then it'll drop off and flatten out again. So you got to catch the top of the mountain with Dogecoin. And well, any of them really make any money. But yeah, I've been farting around the farm here, and I meant to send you a video the other day. I was doing some logging and everything else there, and but we cut down a tree the other day. Now that thing had to been at least 300 years old. It had a daggone 4-foot diameter on it, buddy. It was a big bad boy.
That's a big one, yeah.
Yeah, I got my little brother up here to help me and 2 other guys, and that's a shame. Steve, I was looking for some young people to come up here and work, give them a shot and teach them a little something. Buddy, I tell you what, I couldn't find nobody. I got a 73-year-old man out here and an 85-year-old man. Them was the only 2 I could find to work. And that's a shame, buddy, a shame. If you ask me, I know this ain't the easiest work in the world to be doing logging and stuff like that, but I mean, come on. There ain't no wet behind the ear 20-year-old that needs some money in his pocket anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's pretty bad when you're running a whole logging crew and the youngest age is 56 years old, I used to have a job for young men, but I don't know, buddy. And they say, well, these people coming to America and they just, hopping across the creek down there in Texas. Yeah, they're willing to work. You couldn't tell it by me, buddy. I mean, we got a few people of Latino descent here, and years ago that was a very rare thing. I mean, we're out in the middle of nowhere, buddy. And daggone, only thing I can tell is they want to work in a restaurant. I don't know if they don't know no better or it's their family deal. It is a restaurant there. They have family, and most of them work there, but I don't see any of them doing anything else. So, and it ain't like it's a humongous restaurant, but hang on, So I don't know, but these young people and everything, the campaign's going well. This may come as a surprise to you, but on Tuesdays, here at campaign headquarters, it's LGBTQ Day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's let's get burritos, tacos, and quesadillas. So
sounds like a plan for the 4th of July. There you go. Knew that had to be going, say, LGBTQ Day. All right. Let's see. On a serious note, if you're heading to the beach for your July 4th celebration, be aware that deadly rip currents may threaten your holiday. The former NFL quarterback Ryan Mallett, 35 years old, apparently drowned on a Florida Panhandle beach earlier this week. Yeah, one of many who've lost their lives to the sea's seductive waves. County Sheriff's Office said rip currents have claimed at least 11 lives in 2 weeks along the Gulf Coast. Mallett went underwater, was not breathing when the lifeguard pulled him out, died at the local hospital. A number of casualties from rip currents this month have been recorded between Fort Morgan, Alabama, and Panama City Beach there in Florida. Very popular July 4 destinations. I remember living there in Northwest Georgia when all the carpet mills would shut down for maintenance and 1 or 2 week shutdowns. Everybody and their brother would head to Panama City Beach. Now, while rip currents have not been officially cited as the cause of Mallett's deaths, authorities have been warning beachgoers of the danger. Yeah, relatively small scale, rip currents. It's the surf zone current moving away from the beach. Those rip currents form as the waves disperse along the beach, causing water to become trapped between the beach and a sandbar or other underwater feature. The water kind of converges in a narrow river-like channel, moving away from the shore at a rather high speed. Some tips from the National Weather Service says beachgoers should follow this rule. On days with high surf and potential for dangerous currents, a simple rule that the National Weather Service stresses is stay dry when waves are high. Rip current deaths, which includes fatalities from high surf or so-called sneaker waves, have also trended up in recent years, hitting a high of 113 in 2021. Sneaker waves are, just as their name reveals, potentially deadly waves that surge further up the beach than expected, overtaking the unaware and sweeping them into the ocean. Now, according to Long Island News, anyone who visits a surf beach, whether at the ocean or any large body of water like the Great Lakes, believe it or not, is exposed to the danger of rip currents. Only swim in areas supervised by lifeguards. The chances of drowning at a beach with lifeguards are 1 in 18 million. Make sure you and your children know how to swim in the surf. Never swim alone. Check the water conditions before going into the water. Look at the local beach forecast. Maybe talk to the lifeguard. Watch for any warning signs alerting you to the potential danger of rip currents. Great beach weather does not exclude the chance of rip currents. If you get caught in one, now they always say relax. Don't swim against the current, but follow the direction of the shoreline or toward breaking waves to escape the grasp of the current. You may also be able to escape by floating or just treading water. And, of course, never fear yelling or waving for assistance if you need help, all right? Be careful at the beaches. It is 844-844-3388. Well, sing your heat wave. Have we received that magical call, or are we still awaiting?
Oh, no. I've been on the road here for about an hour now. So we did get the call, and so we're heading down to sunny Southern California. Oh, I tell you what, I've never ever had to work so hard to be getting loads. But I did call in to see where we stood as far as teams went, and I'll tell you what, they didn't have anybody there but us for the last 2 days, it looks like. So hopefully that's a good sign. But then again, Yellow's crying and screaming and shouting that they're broke. They ain't got no money. But they've been doing that all this time, so they've cried wolf for so damn long that even now, if they're telling the truth, no one's going to believe them. So, yeah, I've got my apps ready, so whenever ABF is hiring here in Albuquerque for long haul, I'll be my application is going to be one of those sitting in there amongst many others. So, but anyways, I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer on that as far as, talking about Yellow. Don't need to have people turning off the radio because I'm talking about Yellow. I did get a call from Big Ed earlier this morning, yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, how about you guys get the employees get up and make it an employee-owned business? I thought, shoot, I don't think anyone ever thought about doing it that way. But I think right now it's way too late, too far gone. I mean, we've the higher ups and the drivers have told the union reps, and the union reps have told the company, it's like, you're doing it wrong. You get 22,000 people working for you, and you can't make any damn money. And that's over how many years? Seems like to me it's bad management. But I won't belabor the fact. So did you? I guess y'all talked about Biden's goof when he said that Putin was losing the war in Iraq.
Yeah, correct. Whoops.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Nobody wants to talk about that, but if it was Trump saying that, it would have been all over the headlines. He needs to be replaced, Article 25, and he's cognitive testing. But no, they just coddle that old fart. Oh, he didn't mean to say that. What he meant to say was...
Yeah, we knew what he meant. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, old Hunter getting a, slap on the wrist. I think everybody else that's been convicted of lying on a gun application, I think there's precedence for them to say, hey, if he can get it, get out of trouble, then the rest of us ought to be able to do so as well. But Bayar was, they had, I guess she was on the show, and they were playing a little blurb from her saying, well, it's just a father's love for their son. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of fathers out there that love their sons who are in prison, for lying on an application, being on drugs, it's not the fact that he was on drugs. He was dishonorably discharged.
Yes.
You can't get one. So, I mean, damn. To get in as much trouble as he did and just get slapped on the wrist, yeah, there's
no preferential treatment there, you're saying, right? Equal justice for all, not. But, hey, we got to get our news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden says he is opposed to expanding the Supreme Court.
The Federalist Society had a very, very strict construction of the Constitution. Yeah. But this court has gone beyond that.
In an interview on MSNBC, the president argued the conservative high court in place now is unraveling basic American rights.
Take a look at overruling Roe v. Wade. Take a look at what the decision today.
The Supreme Court decision rejecting the use of race in college admissions, though, will most likely affect elite institutions.
Colleges with competitive admissions programs, including Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and others, take race into account. Most colleges and universities in the U.S. will not be as affected because they accept almost all applicants. I'm Dave Collins.
Millions of Americans may be impacted by unhealthy air quality due to smoke from Canadian wildfires. 23 states are under air quality alerts from the Midwest to the Northeast and parts of the South. The wildfire smoke's expected to mostly dissipate by the weekend. The former school resource officer, Scott Peterson's been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting in Parkland, Florida. An emotional Peterson spoke after the verdict.
I would hope I would never want any law enforcement officer in this country to go through the last 4.5 years of what I went through.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre that killed 17 people and wounded 17 others. Charges will not be filed in the deadly stampede at the Astroworld Music Festival. Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg said a grand jury declined to file a criminal case against 6 people associated with the event. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Emotions are raw in Parkland, Florida, after former Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Resource Officer Scott Peterson was found not guilty on all charges. Parent Tony Montalto says he doesn't understand what's needed to find someone guilty in Broward County, Florida.
For our families, we still feel he should be haunted every day by his failure to act. I know that he contributed, to the deaths.
After seeing the killer avoid the death penalty and the deputy who did not confront the killer be found not guilty, his faith in the U.S. justice system is shaken. The risk of your food getting you sick is back up to pre-pandemic levels.
The CDC says new data shows risk of contracting E. coli, salmonella, or other foodborne germs went up in 2022. The agency's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report said to reduce contamination, we need collaboration among food growers, processors, retail stores, restaurants, and regulators. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is in Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. He's the first Republican 2024 presidential candidate to meet with him. Pence has been vocal about his support for Ukraine, and the trip sends a firm message that he believes the U.S. should play a leading role in that country's fight against Russia. It also puts Pence in a unique position within his party, with 2024 frontrunner former President Trump having repeatedly praised Russian President Putin. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, again, our final hour underway here on a Friday. Hey, it's the final day of June. And if you're contemplating maybe joining us for our 2024 Steve Summers cruise, need to get that deposit in ASAP. I believe deposits need to be in by July the 12th. Memory serves, that was the date. Right now it's $25 a person deposit for the levels we had reserved, like 5, 6. I think she had be a little higher deposit if you try to book higher on the vessel, but just passing that message along. But how big is too big? Looking at the breakdown, seems like every time you turn around, it's the biggest cruise ship in the world. And then somebody comes up with a bigger cruise ship. Well, this vessel that is going to set the world's biggest cruise ship record has completed construction at the shipyard in Finland. It's made its way on its first foray into the open waters for what they call sea trials. Royal Caribbean's International Icon of the Seas is a mammoth, get a load of this, nearly 1,200 feet long. I was thinking, folks, that's 4 football fields in length. Are you kidding me? It will weigh in a projected 250,800 tons. Wow. For comparison, that's like trying to keep 2 CN towers afloat. All right, when it sets sail on Caribbean waters, January of next year, it will comfortably hold 5,610 passengers, 2,350 crew. It's like 8,000 people. Wow. This will be the world's largest water park at sea. Named Category 6, it will feature 6 record-breaking water slides. Guests who may want a more leisurely experience can also relax in the boat's 7 pools and 9 whirlpools. The ship promises more than 40 ways to dine, drink, and be entertained, many of which are included in the cruise fare, with 20 decks and 8 neighborhoods to explore. The idea, they said, is to cater to every type of vacationer, everything from areas dedicated to young families to adults-only spaces. 28 different types of accommodations, with more categories for families, more layouts with ocean views, and more space for group travelers. I mean, just, again, how big is 4 football fields? So if you had to, hey, you're on the back of the ship. I left something up there in our cabin, up toward the front of the ship. What the hell? You better have your good walking shoes, is all I can say. All right, back to Heatwave. Thanks for hanging in there.
Well, thank you, Senor, for keeping me on. Well, it kind of makes you wonder if they're going to have like what they got in the airports, those conveyor belts you stand on, or you can actually walk on. Gee,
take the shuttle from one end to the other.
sure enough, my God, that's a big boat. Some will say ship. Well, I don't give a ship. It's a big boat to me. Anyways, well, wow. Yeah, that's a big damn boat. I'm sorry, I just can't get over that.
Yeah.
No, well, I tell you what, it would be nice for us to go on there, but I don't think the Lady Heatwave would too much like going on a cruise. Just too many people there, I guess, and of course, then the attire of some of the women up there would probably be a little bit more than what she'd like for me to see. So,
Oh, come on. That's what it's all about. Little eye candy there.
well, it don't matter how dark your sunglasses are. It's them neck muscles that creak. When you're trying not to look, but you're trying to make it look real slow. And then them muscles get tight and they start creaking and cracking. And you turn around and look at your wife and she's looking at you in the face and you're like, hey, you like diamonds, don't you? Well, we'll get you a bunch of diamonds. So anyways, oh, goodness. So, yeah. Well, let's see what's been going on. Well, we had a little end of the month surprise. We got a check from the state of New Mexico from what we call Uncle Lujan.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Really?
I was like, well, what the hell is this for? And it says it's a rebate from 2021. Now, I don't know exactly what it is, what kind of rebate they're talking about, but we'll take it as long as it's printed on a good check. Yeah, we'll take it. So I sure hope they don't count that as income. I don't know if that was something that they had for the pandemic or what, but maybe someone made a mistake in the taxes, and that's what we got, $1,000 back. Be nice. Well, we Lady Heatwave and I, we went into town and we went ahead and deposited the check and did some shopping and got her some smokes and came back and, well, we our water is so hard that if you want a good drink of water, you got to chew it. So it if you want ice, you just have to go get the bagged ice from the grocery store.
Mm.
Well, we had another little surprise over there. This person was wearing a form-fitting, I don't know what you'd call it. I mean, if it was paint on her body, or his body, I don't know what the hell, that's how form-fitting this thing was. And it was a subdued colors of the rainbow type thing, not rainbow pattern, but just colors all over. And, it was well endowed up top, but apparently it still had the kickstand still on it. And Lady Heatwave was like, my God, that's a man. And I thought, well, I'm trying to keep from running it over in the parking lot. So she's just saying, well, they can really tape that up, can't they? So wow. I get out, and there's another lady. She's probably in her 70s. She's got the window rolled down of her car, and she is just looking over there, and she is just disgusted. She just deadpan says, and they wonder why they get raped. She said, I wouldn't wear that outfit to bed. And I thought that was the funniest damn thing I had heard in a long time. And Lady Heatwave, she was laughing. And, I tell you what, it's still in my mind. I mean, ample bumpers, but, that damn kickstand, it's just amazing how bold and brazen these people are during, quote, their month, unquote. These people have to understand that a rainbow was not gay pride. That was God's promise to Noah not to ever destroy the world again with water. So it's a great perversion of my beliefs that they're just absolutely destroying, trying to. And, with the Dodgers having their thing with the Immaculate Atheist or whatever the hell that group is. I mean, the only team in baseball that I can really respect and get behind are the Texas Rangers, because they did not have an alphabet night. They just, they're doing what should be done. And it's to have a game where your worries about anything outside of the ballpark is left outside of the ballpark. You're there to be entertained and watch a game, and damn be the thing about, what political affiliation you are, what kind of group you're with. And that's the way it ought to be. Don't cater to one group or another. Just leave it outside the gates. Sit down, watch a game, have fun, and if the home team loses, doesn't win, that's a shame, as that old song for the seventh inning stretch goes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but anyways, so how are you Reds doing this? Are they still within a half game of the Milwaukee?
They're on top still, a half game ahead of Milwaukee. Yes.
Well, I mean, this is the first time that in a long time people have actually been interested in seeing how the Reds are doing. Well, I hope they do well. I hope they finish off being, one of the lead teams going into the playoffs. But, what is it? Whoever's leading at the front at the 4th of July break usually wins their division.
Yeah, there's a lot of baseball yet to be played, but I guess I'm looking here. Technically, I just pulled it up. I guess they're actually tied with Milwaukee. Both teams are 43 wins, 38 losses. So, yeah, tied with Milwaukee.
Well, good.
Yep.
Good.
That makes for some excitement. I know they've got some sold-out action coming our way here as we head into the weekend. Thank you much, Senor Heatwave. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Doughboy said, hey, Steve, do you realize that ship is nearly a quarter mile long? There are 1,320 feet in a quarter mile, and this damn thing's 1,200. Wow. That is incredible. Is that the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning.
What's going on?
How you doing this morning?
Doing just fine. Are we back to the Marina Del Rey yet, or on the way?
We on the way, buddy. We on the way. I mean, we are hammered down and study approaching the Marina Del Rey at a high rate of fuel consumption. And we're going to burn the neighborhood down this week.
I was going to say, you're going to take Biscuit up to the fireworks store and get her some good stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a phone call earlier. Her and Meemaw was in the swimming pool, and they were giving it a fit. But, you know, Steve, this is really the first time I had got in it, but it's been warm enough to get in the swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that water's been like iceberg, you know, and I asked her, I said, how's the water, Biscuit? She said, delightful. Just wish you was here. I said, okay, baby. I said, I'll be there Saturday night. Nothing goes wrong. And so her and Meemaw was having them a little party, and I've been picking up fireworks along the ways as I see them. They got them old black cat fireworks out here in Texas, and boy, they make a bang, you know. So I've been gathering up my fireworks supplies, and we're going to burn the Marina Del Rey down. We're going to celebrate the fall in a bang, man.
There you go. All right.
But, Steve, you know, I was listening to you talk a while ago about this airline scheduling and stuff. You know, when we flew out to Reno last week, our flight going out was delayed 3 hours. And we got there, you know, in plenty of time to get through that aggravating security check that they just love to see me come in. And we walked down to the gate there, and Debbie said, this ain't good. I said, what? So they just delayed our flight 3 hours. So we were, you know, seeing it then. And, that great Secretary of Transportation got on there today and was talking about it. Made no sense at all. You know, he was babbling and carrying on, you know, we're working on this and we're doing this. And, okay, Pete, go ahead, do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
But that was with Delta that we experienced that.
Right. Yep.
And it was kind of shocking. Now, coming back, you know, we come back, didn't have no glitch or nothing. So, but, I mean, going out, there was a lot of weather. I imagine, you know, and getting out of Charlotte, it was rough. I mean, we had turbulence all the way to Reno. Rain, you know, and turbulence and everything else. But maybe they'll get it worked out, but it won't be under the leadership of Pete Buttigieg because he ain't got no idea what's going on. You know, I mean, he's about a piss poor excuse for a Secretary of Transportation.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the guy, he's in over his head, don't know what he's talking about. It's a shame what this administration is getting away with. It really is. And I tell you something else, Steve. Bia Grump talked about it earlier tonight. And there's a lot of pushback on these senators, representatives and stuff. You know, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but boy, they told AOC a brand new butthole sometime the first part of the week. And there was a woman there, and she was raising hell, wanting to know why they were funding a foreign country, and yet, you know, Social Security is ain't got no money. And she said, and I agree with her, they should not send another dime out of this country till they prop up Social Security for the money they have stole from us, the taxpayers, over the last 30 years, 40 years, whenever they started robbing the Social Security fund. And I agree with her. We should worry about what's going on in this country. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on over there in Ukraine that ain't right. I mean, you know, they found all arms and ammunition and stuff on the black market where they were selling the stuff. And you keep hollering, we need more, we need more, we need more, you know. So I don't know where they got that statistic. I don't know if you heard it on the news break that 67% of America is in agreement with us supporting the Ukraine war.
I heard that a bit earlier. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just wrote them a check for another $500 million earlier this week. I forget how many billion we're up to now.
Oh, it's up there. And I mean, the way I look at it, and this is the way I feel about it, is we ain't got no business messing around over there in that thing. That's their, you know, their deal. Why we're taking all our tax money and supporting this deal over there is beyond me. But I'm not a part of that 67% that's supporting this thing, because I think we need to take care of what's going on in our country before we go sticking our nose in somebody else's business.
I just did a quick search. This is from May the 19th. Now, this is already June 30th. Since the war began, the Biden administration and Congress have directed more than $75 billion in assistance to Ukraine. And then there's the June 27th here early, a couple 3 days ago, another $500 million.
Golly.
Yep.
I mean, where is this money coming from? They just print more money or whatever they're doing. I mean, it's asinine what they're doing over there. I mean, it's crazy. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. I don't support it, and I sure would like to know where they got this figure 67% of America, because everybody I talked to and everybody that I've seen on YouTube or wherever is just raising mortal hell over this. And, you know, I support what the Supreme Court done today with the colleges and all of that. And, you know, Steve, there's a woman wrote a book. It's called When Merit Meets Diversity. And what she's talking about there is, even in the medical field, how they're dumbing down this country by giving all the diversity programs.
Yep.
People
and not putting the most qualified people into positions, right? And we got to pause.
USA News Update. The former school resource officer Scott Peterson has been found not guilty on all counts for his response to the deadly school shooting in Parkland, Florida. An emotional Peterson spoke after the verdict.
I would hope I would never want any law enforcement officer in this country to go through what I went through.
Peterson was the only armed officer at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School at the time of the 2018 massacre that killed 17 people and wounded 17 others. Race can no longer be used as a factor in college admissions. It comes after the Supreme Court today ruled in favor of challenges to affirmative action programs at the University of North Carolina and Harvard. The High Court ruled that the university's admissions policies were unconstitutional. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener that's expected to be declared a possible cancer causer by the World Health Organization. Dave Collins, USA.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we are back at it. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Heading up to 88 today in Fort Wayne, 87 for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Wow, it's time for the great 4th of July week. The Truck and Bozo Memorial Roast at the Pickle Park on the way down to Virginia. Have a great 4th of July, Independence Day, and keep on rolling. Hey, it's only 178 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. Thanks for the reminder. Semper Fi, there you go. Hope you have an enjoyable weekend as well. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Well, it feels like it's taken forever to get here, but it's finally Friday. And we're ready to put this long week to an end. All right, everything ready to go. Time to head into town, pick up some more trash. Maybe we'll find something good in it today. Everybody enjoy the day, enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch up again Wednesday. Hello, Sundance. What's going on?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. Hey, I want to talk about the Supreme Court decision today, ethnic profiling. I don't think America's ready for the overturn of this. I think we're still not colorblind in this country. We judge by color every day. Everybody does it, and I don't think that we're ready for it. What do you think?
I think at this point in time, I think everybody has an equal opportunity. I mean, every child gets the opportunity to go to elementary school, middle school, high school. Why should we preferentialize an individual, like they're saying, by the color of their skin versus their qualities and abilities and qualifications?
Well, because people will look at a person and judge them before they even know how smart they are, before they know how creative they are, how they don't know what they have to offer. They'll judge them. I mean, that's why people don't get jobs sometimes. I mean, if you look at me, I wouldn't hire me, really. To look at me, you wouldn't know what I can do. But I can tell you, everywhere I worked, I've been the number one driver everywhere I've worked since I've been in trucking. I was number one at Swift. I was number one at ABF at my terminal. I was number one at my lease company I just got ripped off at. And I'm number one over here at the new company I just started with 4 months ago. But to look at me, you'd never know that I could do what I do because I'm only about 5'10", 300 pounds. But people judge. And I listen to the judging every night on this radio station, people judging people by the color of their hair, because they got rainbow hair. But I can guarantee you, there's probably some of the best, smartest people got rainbow color hair. And if we're past the colorblind and everybody's got the same opportunity, I suppose this right here for the Supreme Court and to the courts in general. From now on, we no longer, a jury will never know who the color of the person who is the defendant, okay? There'll only be a number. Joe Biden or Hunter Biden will only be a number. You won't know his name. You won't know his color. You'll never see him as a jury. And then, therefore, we'll go by the facts of the case. Mm-hmm. And therefore, nobody will know if he's black, white, purple, yellow, green. And we'll see if the racial makeup of the jails and prisons in this country changes.
And if that were the case, Hunter Biden would be going to jail.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. People judge.
Mm-hmm.
People get special treatment because of the color of their skin and who they are. But now,
in this case, it's not the color of the skin; it's the who you know.
Right. Well, okay, it's who you know. So if we just make them a number, and the jury don't know their name, who they're affiliated with, or anything, then the jury will sit down and say, "Oh, well, this person right here that did this, and Hunter would probably go to jail in that system." But there will be a lot more white people in jail in that system.
You think? I don't know.
I think so.
You think you agree with the whole racial profiling thing? In other words, you think there's systemic racism in law enforcement out there?
No, I don't think there's. No, I don't. I didn't say the systemic racism. I'm talking about a jury. Once you get picked up, you're in the hands of the jury. I'm not saying the police are bad. I mean, they arrest you for what the crime you committed. But some people get off. I know people that get off on some crazy stuff that are white. And I've seen some black people when I went to jail a couple of weeks ago for one day for telling my dad I'm going to kick your ass. They arrested me and I had to go to jail for 24 hours. That's crazy. But anyway, it was, I mean, people get off. And I, you know, and out of my jail cell, it was 85% black in there, out of 40 people. Now, and the city I live in is 16% black population. So what the hell? I mean, I'm telling you, there's just make them a number, and that way, because we're not colorblind. But if the Supreme Court says we're colorblind, and I would love to be in that country that they think we're in. But we're not there. We're not ready for it unless we're going to change everything. But people judge people every day. White, weight, bald, long hair, beard, tattoos, we judge. And I can tell you what, some of them people that are homeless, probably some of the smartest people in the world, but they never got the opportunity because they were judged, and they were judged, and they were judged, and they were beat down by the system. So let's just make everybody a number. And hey, let's just, you have a driver's license. You can take a test and your driver's license, you apply for a job. It should just show who the best one is. And wouldn't it be great if we had a country that worked and everybody was smart and everybody was intelligent and we got the best of the best? But right now, the system we got, it is the worst of the worst. Because look how we're crumbling. We are crumbling to pieces. So, but yeah, let's go with a no color. Nobody knows. I mean, if we don't want to know what color they are going into school, there's no more box to check. There's no more box to check on court. So therefore, you're just a number, no name, no nothing, and we'll see what happens with that system. What do you think about that one?
It's a point to ponder there. So. We'll close out Sundance's week there. The whole, I didn't want to delve deeply into the whole affirmative action thing, but yeah, I agree with the decision that was made by the Supreme Court this past day. I mean, there are equal opportunities for everyone in this country today. It wasn't that way 50 or 70 years ago. We know that. We've come such a long way. The time for preferential treatment. You've had an African American president. You've got a quote, black vice president. There are black mayors. There are black governors. I mean, everyone. Who was it earlier that said, "Well, just because you tell somebody if you set your mind to it, you can do it"? That's not true. There's a lot of things that I could not successfully do. We're not all cut out to be Harvard College grads. But let me get to Pup's on board this morning. What's happening on a Friday, Pup?
Oh, not much, Steve. I'm enjoying the corn growing, and thank God the smoke got out of here. But did you and your neighborhood buy a shootload of fireworks?
We have not yet. No, I think we're going to be a kind of cut back this year.
Yeah, we are too. The kids can't come down, and I didn't mean to say that, Steve, honestly. But yeah, I might even work over 4th of July since it's right on Tuesday there. So, hey, I got an issue to take up with. I was going to take an issue with two of your callers, and now I'm going to take up an issue with a third caller. The first one, if you wear a badge, you know that your life could be in danger every day.
Yes.
But those kids in that school felt like they would be safe. And he didn't rush in to do anything. He hid. There's camera video. He hid behind a pole and a little brick wall. And then I don't know. The thing of it is, since he wasn't convicted and he was acquitted, do you know what he's going to retire on? He's going to retire on 6 figures as a pension. That's crazier than a bed bug.
I'm not familiar with how many years of a veteran he was, but the idea that, I mean, I guess technically that would mean based on his actions, maybe he's not qualified to be a law enforcement officer. Other jurisdictions probably wouldn't hire him after this.
He was a resource officer, and in order to be that, they got to qualify. You could ask Pappy that.
Mm-hmm.
And if he put his application in and stuff, I mean, we send our kids, well, I don't have kids in school no more, but we send our kids to school, and I got grandkids that might go to school as long as the world don't get blowed up. But if you got that in there, that is the first line of defense. And if you apply for that job, you better, it's not just a job where it's a paycheck. Steve, I mean, I've been driving for over 34 years. If I'd have crashed a truck every damn day or didn't do my job right, I wouldn't have my job. And I wouldn't even apply for it. So, but
yeah, in his case, so you come up to a circumstance where you always think you're going to do the right thing, but you don't know until you face the actual circumstance how you're going to react. And I mean, these are the kind of things. I mean, it happens in war. I mean, when you're on the front lines and you're supposed to go forward, attack, and then some of these individuals just freeze in place and can't move, and you're not up for the task. So obviously he wasn't up for the task. Does
like Pappy or your son or anybody, you know that they would have your back,
right?
And that those people in that school was expecting him to have their back, and that's what they paid him for. And I mean, he signed his name on the line to get the job. So, and then the other thing is I really like the way that road hazard put his letter. I'd really like to see all, what do you say, 22 pages?
Yeah.
He wrote that really good. And when you were reading it and stuff, I'd like to see all of that. But and that's the other issue. If Eagle would go back and listen to the first part of the show, he wasn't complaining about Yellow or the company he worked for. He cared about working for Holland. And a lot of us guys, you know the old saying, Steve, you ride for the brand. So I love the company I work for and stuff, and a lot of the guys out there know who I work for. They're a really nice company, and they treat us good and everything. So, but what was that fella's name, or Shadow Rider, or whatever his name is? That liberal that calls in all the time.
Sundance.
Oh, yeah, Sundance. Well, he ought to be on a sunset, because if I was an employer and I was sitting there looking at 2 qualified people, and one had tattoos and rainbow hair, and the other one was dressed really nice and applied for the job, guess who I would give the job to, Steve?
But you're saying they're both equally qualified, though.
Yeah, they're both equally qualified. That's what brought this lawsuit up was the Asian people were outscoring everybody.
They were,
and they weren't accepted at the schools.
Correct.
And stuff, and they were taking other ones just because of the color of their skin. And I'm not prejudiced one bit. I mean, I got brought up in a great family and stuff, and we had exchange students in here from almost everywhere around the world. But the thing of it is you don't judge people by their skin. You judge them by their personality and how they act, and I don't know. And I think the main factor is the Asian families and the Hispanic families, and I think the American families are getting back to that. But you got to have a mom and a dad in the house and raise the kids up and believe in God and everything. And so, but I don't know. Did Pappy say what his score was on his taser test?
He did not mention. I forgot to ask him how things went at the range this past
I
day.
was kind of excited about that. I was gonna see if he could even hit the broadside of a barn.
I'll ask him
I
next
did.
time we chat. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, and as far going back, I think Eagle was actually referencing Braindead's call rather than what's his name, Road Hazard's call. But I just shared kind of like what was his introduction to what he had submitted to Sean O'Brien, Fred Zuckerman, and the others there. Yeah, because he goes down with the numbers, the statistics, citing just some of the headlines. Yellow's been on a decades-long path of destruction and failure. He explains the numbers. Yellow's responsible for irreparable harm to the Teamsters Union. Yellow's responsible for unconscionable financial loss and harm to employees and union members. And he explains, numbers. How much when they actually gave their 15% in concessions 15 years ago, which has cost every union employee on average over $210,000 of lost income, not including what that income could have generated with investments and compounding. Yeah, like I said, let's see. Yellow has racked up incredible debt. Yellow has destroyed the value of the stock not once but twice. Yellow jeopardizes employee safety, contributes to injuries, workman's comp, that harms, employee health. He delves into the maintenance. Their failure to honor their contract would be, right back again soon. So, and there's, so much more. But hey, we're almost out of time here. So real quick, let me see if I can jump down. Scarecrow's on board here on a Friday. Are you ready for the weekend?
Well, we're always ready for the weekend, Stephen. Doggone. Won't be a long weekend, but like some of us will be working Sunday night, and obviously some of you aren't. Doggone heat wave there, he was sounding pretty excited about that little bit of windfall that he ran into there. I used to get excited, but shucks, hey. All I have to do is look at my junk mail, Steve, and every single day there is notifications of the thousands that have been deposited in my account. All I have to do is respond with a little information in such way. Man, if I took advantage of all that, it'd put me over in the higher tax
Well,
bracket.
let's just hope he's not. He didn't get a check in the mail that's a scam. I mean, I know there are some scams out there where people will get a check and they say This is a scam. Don't deposit that check, because when you deposit it, then they're going to have access to like your account number or side. And you got to be careful. You don't know where it came from. Find out first, right?
Yeah, I was going down through my bank account here a couple weeks back. I haven't looked into it, but it looked like a PayPal thing. It said it wouldn't be posted initially, but and it had something to do with Bitcoin and whatnot. Now, what the hell is this all about? But it never did show up on the actual ledger, so I don't know what that's about. But so yeah, there's something out there all the time. And horse feathers there. Well, confused about the 4 lanes being closed. Well, that's all part of that new math that we've all fallen by the wayside. You know, this is for the younger crowd and whatnot. You know, there's potentially 7 lanes there if you take the lane splitting into it and all, Steve. So horse feathers, you just ignore them barricades and whatnot. You've got a solid 3 lanes to work with there. So, no, I'll once we take the White House, Steve, your Secretary of Education here, he'll introduce everybody out in the program to some of the new ways of thinking here and whatnot. So, Steve, I did have a whole spiel to throw at you, but it's going to burn up more time than available here. A little bit about the airline travel and whatnot. Yeah, all week on the news, there's been clips about delays and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And this was early in the week. One fella, he said, I believe they told him it would be July 8th before there would be another plane scheduled for that particular route that he was looking at. So yeah, I don't know how things could snowball out of control that quick, such. But and then there's a little piece about the most traveled individual in this country and probably in the world. He has, I believe it was 21 million air miles.
Wow.
And he bought a ticket, I think it was back in the 90s. I'd have to research it again. He paid like $190,000, but it's kind of like a forever stamp. It's a forever ticket. I think it's through United, but he has ties to the automotive industry, and I think he's a consultant or such. But
wow,
yeah, I think
2+ million miles. That's a lot of flying time. Hey, we got to close it out there. Have a wonderful Independence Day weekend. Enjoy your long weekend. See you back Tuesday night. Hope you can join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above, and nothing's ever as it seems. dreams, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.